Escalation.
All right, y'all, welcome to the show.
Bro, I've been talking the entire time. That sucks so bad. I've been sitting here talking the entire fucking time about what we're doing today, you know, about how my day was. Fuck my life. Oh well. Yeah, let's watch Kuklinski. After I pause the music.
Show. We have a lot to get to today, so I'm going to dive into. There's so much misinformation and
Hold on. I need to turn on the ceiling fan. Ugh. Kyle is based as of recent, but who knows? We could always backslide, right? So let's see what he's feeling. Nair with another Twitter link. I am rate limited for some reason, and so it's making me refresh over and over and over. A second carrier strike group. Wait. What was the other one? I thought the last one was the Dwight D. Eisenhower. What was the name of the other ship? Okay.
Even disinformation that's floating around over the
that's quiet.
Israel-Hamas war, and it's kind of disturbing because even to a trained eye, oftentimes you could fall for a lot of this stuff.
Oh, Ford.
So we'll get into that. We'll also get into the RNC chair goes after Democrats in the most ironic way imaginable. I can't wait to dive into that. We also have an interesting interview with a voter who is a Republican, and he's got some thoughts on Trump that he wants to share with us. And RFK might be in the crosshairs of one Donald John Trump very soon.
Well, that's because all the Republicans love RFK Jr. and all of the Democrats fucking hate him. Like, this is someone that Trump actually does have to attack because he could split the vote into three away from Trump, not away from Biden. Sus activity. Let's see. Baltic connector gas pipeline between Finland and Estonia has been blocked after a sudden drop in pressure. President of Finland said it was damaged as a result of external influence, sabotage. Just wait till they blame Russia. Interesting. I have no comment on that because I don't know enough about that situation.
And I, for one, am greatly looking forward to that. And then we'll also get into Greasy Gavin signed a bunch of bills and vetoed a bunch of bills recently. And man, he wants to be president. Probably he's going to run in 2028.
World War II is trending with the most brain. Why would what has similarities to World War II? Did I say World War One? What in the fuck here has any similarities to World War II? Anywhere. Except for the invasion of Russia or the invasion from Russia into Ukraine. Like, that's probably the closest. But I can't imagine how the fuck Israel is justifying the bombing of Gaza like Berlin. I guess link it to me. I don't know anything.
But he is absolutely shooting himself in the dick with a bunch of terrible decisions that we'll get into. All right, so without further ado, let's dive into it. Everybody do me a big favor. Please click subscribe.
Big
Doesn't cost you anything. Helps out the show
Mr.
tremendously, especially in the
Kulinski.
algorithm. We're still trying to grow the channel, eventually get to hopefully 10 million subscribers, and you can help us out. So anyway, let's go ahead and dive into it. So there's a great thread here. This guy's a journalist at BBC Verify. And he lays out how so much of the stuff you're seeing on social media about what's happening in Israel and Palestine is just wrong. Is just wrong. Now, the part that creeps me out the most, to be honest, is that it's one thing if, like, you know, you're making an honest mistake and you do it, and a lot of the people who retweet this stuff are making honest mistakes. But a lot of the genesis of some of these things are people who are lying and, like, they know that they're lying, but they're just trying to go viral and get clicks. And I find that so... that's so embarrassing and that's so shameless, right? Like spreading misinformation just because you want to go viral, like it's astonishing. So here's what he says. Thread, online misinformation is rampant following the escalation of violence between Israel and Hamas today. This video of a tower block in Gaza being hit by a missile is from May 2021, not today. It was captured live during a BBC Arabic broadcast at the time. So look at this. This guy's Jim Ferguson tweeted this. Breaking, counterattacks are underway by Israeli forces as the Air Force hits back at Gaza. And see this? They added the false thing here, but this is taken directly from this in May. I mean, that's absolutely shameless. Now, by the way, it is true that Israel is attacking back, but don't use fake video to make that point. I mean, this should go without saying. Like, obviously...
The reason people want to lie about, and I don't feel like I've seen, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think if there's a single, like outright lie I've seen posted by like the, we don't like Hamas side of things, right? Not even just like the pro-Israel stuff. I mean, like even when it comes to we don't like Hamas, just like that group of people, I don't see them lying. But all of the pro-Hamas people, bro, I've seen some very blatant and easy to fucking disprove lies all the fuck over the place, and I don't understand it. Like, I genuinely fucking don't. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Like, last night, I read this thing that said that Israel wanted to bomb Iran or something, or that they were going to force the U.S. into the conflict, something like that. And I was like, whoa, did they say that? Who was it that... My first thought was, who said that? My second thought was, in what context did they say that? And like, is this real? I couldn't find anywhere else except for on a literal Palestinian fucking website where it said, like, we are going to be pulling the United States and every Western country into this fight for our survival. And they're like just presenting it as fact. Like, he says, do you have no shame? And these people they don't have any shame. It will get them more clicks, and it will make their side look better, so they will lie, and use the deaths of literal, elderly children and women to bolster their fucking lies. It's just insane.
Facts need to come first. All right, we got another one. This video of a house in Gaza being destroyed by a strike is genuine, but it's actually from May of this year and not from the fresh escalation in hostilities today. So you can see here, this guy, Suleiman Ahmed, said, breaking casualty update. The Palestinian Health Ministry reports that according to preliminary data, 161 people were killed and 931 injured as a result of the Israeli strike on the Gaza Strip. The Israeli government has said at least 40 Israelis dead, 750 injured. Palestinians have been killed 4 times more than Israelis, despite the propaganda on social media. And so you see this.
You know what else I noticed? I feel like there must be fucking sock puppet accounts. Oh shit, no way. Clyde, link me. Link me right now. Or we can go to the spectator index. Oh my god, Twitter is not... Can anyone... Is anyone else having this fucking problem? Why is Twitter doing this with literally every goddamn link? Let's see if we can find a live news channel or something on YouTube. Fuck me. Oh yeah, Biden's supposed to speak. Oh, he spoke. Okay, well, we'll open that up here and look at it in a minute. I know Al Jazeera is live with this constantly.
As all our guests have been telling us, as you've been telling us, there is a potential for things to escalate dramatically, not just in the Gaza Strip, but right where you are. Thank you.
With a complicated conflict, and certainly not by dehumanizing an entire people. That is racism.
Well, Marwan, how do you read that line, the one you just referenced? He said, quote, the UN...
Just one.
Let's get past this interview, see if there's any...
significant of the day. However,
roots inside the occupied West Bank. Imran Khan has this report from Ramallah.
Going back. Avanti. אתה אמרת לי
up behind that מאחורי הדבר הזה אחורה זוז אחורה אמרתי לך.
The occupied West Bank is now not only occupied, it's effectively blockaded.
Okay, before I even say anything about them executing let's look up Israel. And then we can go to CNN live updates and see if what you're saying is true. Is it ultra zoomed in? It is, okay. Held by Hamas, Turkish. Okay, I don't see anything that says that they just killed a whole bunch. Yeah, give me a source on it, because I'm not seeing literally anything anywhere. Maybe we'll keep this tab open and just like keep our eyes out, because that will be a major escalation if they just start murdering a bunch of fucking hostages.
And that is from?
Oh, but I was gonna say that I noticed on Twitter, and I don't know if anybody else has seen this shit. If you go to like either a hashtag or you look at Gaza, right, you'll see people post the exact same video with the exact same caption saying this missile exploded just 2 blocks away from me, right? And they'll have all of these videos of, you know, airstrikes in Gaza, all in the first person, all with the same captions as if they were the person there that saw it, right? Or it was filmed out of their window. So like there's people like absolutely taking advantage of the situation, either because they need to spread some propaganda, or they need to obfuscate, or they want to get clicks, or they just want to sow chaos. Whatever their fucking motivation is, like, be ultra skeptical of anything that you see coming from an account that you do not know. All right, because the first time I saw one of those videos, I was like, damn, that was a crazy airstrike. And then I scroll down a little bit further in the app, and I see the exact same video with the same caption. But instead of a guy posting, it's a girl. And it's like, huh, that's a little wacky. And then I scroll down a little bit further, and I see the same thing with a completely different third account. So there are definitely people doing some fuck shit with that.
This. All the way back on May 13th. All right, more. This video of a house being struck by Israel is also from May of this year, not today. It was filmed in Beit Hanun, Gaza, as geolocated by Chris Ozaic at the time. And so you can see Israeli Air Force is striking terror targets in Gaza. Israel has every right to defend its citizens is the tweet. And of course, this is all the way back May 13th. I mean, again, it's like some of these people are just making honest mistakes, and others are just trying to go viral and are spreading misinformation. Another one here, this video shared by right-wing influencers Charlie Kirk and Ian Miles Chung,
of course,
and viewed millions of times, actually shows Israeli police and special forces outside a house, as it is easily identifiable by their uniforms, not Hamas militants. So in other words, Ian Miles Chung says here, Hamas is going from house to house, butchering the people inside, including women and children, taking shelter in basements. Imagine if this was...
Oh, wait, hold on. I missed this. I honestly do have sympathy for Palestinians, but what an absolute fucking moron those terrorists are. Did they really think they were totally went on that plan? Let's go and rape, murder civilians. This is probably the best case thing that I can think of is they were trying to stop peace talks or stop Saudi Arabia from recognizing Israel as a country or whatever the fuck it was they were doing, normalizing relations. Because the more countries in the Middle East that recognize Israel as a legitimate state, the less likely that Palestine is going to get the support that it needs. So they're trying to go for like some go for broke attack and try and get, you know, either other people involved or get everyone pissed off at Israel for overstepping. So this is going to be a difficult line for Israel to walk, where they need to both, you know, retaliate, fuck Hamas, fuck them off the face of the planet, and not do it so, you know, guns blazing that they kill too many civilians and scare off all the people that might, you know, normalize relations with them.
Was happening in your neighborhood to your family. And he has this video here. Charlie Kirk says the same thing. Warning, horrifying video of Hamas militants going door to door killing Israeli citizens. And this is the video that they showed. And this is not Hamas. Israeli police patrol in East Jerusalem. This is Israeli police. and the video is also old. Now, by the way, it's true that Hamas was rampaging through Israel and they were going after innocent civilians and women and children. That's all accurate, and you can make that point, and you can show evidence and pictures and video to that effect, but they just totally flipped the reality. And they used video of Israeli police saying it's Hamas. Like, come on, guys. The facts matter. The information matters. You can't just be brazenly...
Also, like, I saw that video, too, that he's referencing right here, and they don't even look like terrorists. They look like they have a lot better equipment, a lot more, like, uniform equipment than any terrorist organization I've ever seen. I don't know why the fuck anyone would think that that's, Islamic militants going in there, because it looks nothing like a group of Islamic militants. It just looks like a bunch of, special forces, which I don't think Hamas has, like, in the same way as we would, like, consider, like the Navy SEALs special forces, So, this is what Hamas said about hostages. Of course, Twitter isn't going to load it. Oh, thank God.
Of Hamas.
We believe in our religious and moral ethics as expressed by our Chief of Staff in his announcement of Al-Aqsa Typhoon operation. We also believe in the tenets of our faith, Islam, preserving and safeguarding the lives of women and children and prisoners of war. However, in the face of indiscriminately attacking our residential areas, killing women, children, and elderly, and as our enemy does not understand the values or ethics, then we will speak to them in their own language. Over the past few hours, we suffered as a result of the harm inflicted on our brothers and sisters at the hands of the fascist, barbarian, Zionist attacks.
Oh no, we suffered airstrikes because we just raped and murdered a fuckload of people in your country. How dare you make us suffer after we literally walked into your country and killed 1,000 fucking people. Oh no, boo hoo, fucking loser. Actually fucking find a way to rope, all right? I know that you guys don't get any supplies down there because everything is fucked in Gaza because, Israel won't let you guys do anything. Oh, but like, actually, find some long length of something, all right? Find all of your friends fucking... Okay, actually, I was about to get racist. I can't fucking say it.
Wrong.
I can't say it.
Spread it to millions of people.
I was trying to think of anything that they could use, but then I thought I probably can't say that even on YouTube.
And that's exactly what's going on here. And let's be clear, this isn't like just a right-wing problem or just a left-wing problem. This is like a social media problem.
Absolutely.
Right? Like, the issue is social
DM
media can be a tool.
It's funny, but I won't say it. I'll DM it to you, though, Nair.
For wonderful things and the spread of real-time information. And then it also can be a tool for, like, rampant misinformation and disinformation and all sorts of bad things. There's another video of a house in Gaza being targeted by an IDF strike in May of this year. This is not from today. It's not from today. By the way, full disclosure, I'm sure I saw at least one of these tweets on my timeline and thought it was real, right? And thought this was a bombing that just happened, for example. This video certainly doesn't show Hamas shooting down 2 Israeli helicopters because it's actually from the video game Arma 3. Oh, come on! So now we...
How the fuck are you going to fuck that up? How are you going to fuck that up when you know... Oh, did I pick something that was bad for me? Damn it. I need to increase my sorcery damage. Damn it. Yeah, I know. That's what I was about to say. Like, the fact that they're using Arma 3, right? When we already know that shit happened in Ukraine, right? Hassan fucking said that shit. Do you learn nothing from the past? right? All these fucking retard lefties want to talk about like analyzing the past and not making the same mistakes and all of this shit. Like, you're making that same mistake, brother, because you're fucking sharing Arma 3 footage. Come the fuck on. Let me just scroll through the video on this. Make sure nothing is against TOS. There we go. What is this?
Between Israeli forces and Hamas militants here in this village that we're walking into right now. Soldiers are positioned there on the hills, and the road is littered with dead bodies of militant fighters.
Babies killed in Hamas attacks, bodies found in a village near Gaza. The IDF has claimed Palestinian militants, Hamas, killed babies and decapitated women and children in a ruthless attack in Kfar Aza, an Israeli village close to Gaza. When Hamas came here, they decapitated women, they decapitated children. We saw dead babies, girls. We succeeded in saving some of them, but we found most dead. Did you save some of them that were decapitated? I had heard something about this, but I haven't seen any kind of news outlet coverage of it. Like, I had heard some people say that they had decapitated babies, but I want to see what the I wanted to actually see an article before I said anything. They came with just one mission: to kill more and more of our people. Comes as Gazan rescuers pulled the body of a 4-year-old girl and others killed from the rubble of a municipal building where she and many others were sheltering after Israel pounded Gaza with airstrikes on Tuesday. They tried to escape death only to find it. They came to find shelter. They were taking refuge next to the stairs where it could have been a safe place. They targeted them and killed them. Wait, hold on. It's not verified, only claimed by the IDF? Okay. Gotcha. Okay, let's keep watching the video. By the way, just so everybody knows, we're going to be doing like research. We're going to be reading. I have a our good friend internet guest there sent me an unbelievable assload of fucking links, articles, videos about the shit that happens in Gaza on a regular basis, because yesterday we had a conversation with someone who had like been in the IDF, who well, at least that's what I understood them to have been in, but they were in the military at some point and they lived in Israel for a long time, so I assumed they were saying the IDF. And they basically were saying that, yeah, there's some like fucked up shit that's going on over there, but like a lot of this stuff is overblown, et cetera, et cetera. So we're going to look into it.
We even got video game stuff that's being shared. Oh my God, there's Hamas shooting down an Israeli helicopter. Are you kidding me? This is complete and utter nonsense, shared for nothing but engagement. Israel hasn't authorized a nuclear strike on Gaza, and the footage shows a U.S. nuclear test from the 1950s. So this was somebody who tweeted, breaking, Israel has authorized a tactical nuclear strike on the Gaza Strip. Israelis advised to leave border settlement areas to avoid nuclear fallout. What in God's name? What in God's name? I mean, this is shameless. That's shameless. That is just, I'm trying to go viral. I don't care that I'm dead wrong and I'm making stuff up. This video, viewed 230,000 times, is not footage of a Hamas militant shooting down an Israeli helicopter. It is from the video game Arma 3. Yet again, we got more. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Also, the video that they show is very clearly a video game, too. It does, like, it looks as realistic as you would imagine a video game to look. It doesn't look real to life. Like, the missile comes out and there's, like, a solid 5 frames of it frozen mid-air before it takes off. Like, It doesn't particularly look like a goddamn real life missile strike, which I feel like at this point, if you've been on Twitter and you argue about politics at all, like, you know what someone shooting an RPG looks like with Ukraine and all that shit, you know? So
video games are getting realistic looking, that is for sure. But come on, man.
they call the baby stuff a typical thing. I will believe it is a typical thing. Listen, I'll believe that it's a typical thing when I see a previous report about this, okay? If there's some report from the past where they're like, oh yeah, no, they decapitated babies, then I'll believe it, right? Tell them to find me like something that shows that this actually is a thing that happens. Otherwise, it doesn't sound like a typical thing. I've never heard that before in my life.
Again, I don't know who knows that they're spreading misinformation, who doesn't know, but either way, people really got to do their due diligence. This video, viewed more than 3 million times, did not show a building in Israel. It shows an Israeli strike on Gaza's Palestine Tower, which houses Hamas radio stations on the rooftop and also holds a cinema. So an Elon Musk parody account tweeted this misinformation stuff. Jesus Christ. Okay. A fake document is being widely shared online, claiming to show the authorization of $8 billion in military aid to Israel by President Biden. It's a doctored version of a 25th of July document detailing $400 million in aid to Ukraine, authorized by President Biden. I mean, this was purposeful. This is purposeful lying.
What I want to know is, what do they gain from putting that out? I guess it's just to completely muddy the waters. One of the big reasons that people will put out misinformation is just to give information overload so that people will stop paying attention to it. You know? We are pro-Palestine, right? It depends on what you mean by pro-Palestine. If you mean like, oh, this is based. No. If you mean Israel shouldn't respond to this at all, no. Feels like Hamas probably needs to go. Hamas is a terrorist organization. But like, if you want to know like specifically where we are, we're in the Israel should stop fucking with Palestinians, and Hamas should get wiped off the face of the fucking earth.
Right? They just posting a fake document saying Biden just greenlit $8 billion in military aid to Israel. By the way, the U.S. is going to authorize more military aid to Israel, without a doubt.
Of course we are.
Do you need to lie about it in the process? Do you need to lie about the dollar figure and the document? And just people are shameless liars, man. This is a fake Jerusalem Post account falsely reporting that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been taken to the hospital and somehow racking up over 600,000 views. The Post has now got a community note attached to it. That's one of my takeaways from this is back in the day, I was against the idea of any sort of like real-time fact-checking because, of course, the argument is, well, who's going to fact-check the fact-checkers, right? The fact-checkers can be wrong too. And to have like sort of Ministry of Truth idea seems like a terrible idea. I've totally changed my mind on community notes. And the reason I have is, yeah, they're going to be right a much higher percentage of the time than wrong. And also, there are people, I couldn't conceptualize there would be people who would blatantly and purposefully lie and spread misinformation.
Really?
Like people try to do well, but they just get some stuff wrong. No, this is an example of like people are lying and they know they're lying and then it dupes a lot of people. And so the community notes thing, I have totally flipped on.
Okay, holy shit. Like, I'm glad that he's come to this position. I'm happy that he's come to this position. But you've got to be an absolute fucking retard to think, to have not thought like, oh, people will just lie for no reason, or people will lie for an agenda, or like something like that. Like, that's fucking crazy, bro. Like, fuck the absolute shit off. That is the most naive shit I've ever heard from anyone who talks about politics. Okay, we'll look at that in a second. The issue is the self-feeding cycle that has occurred and needs to be de-escalated. People don't grasp that all Hamas does is escalate and increase the tensions, hostilities. This is true. They're like, if you look at polling, I was listening to the news today. I wasn't watching, so I don't remember the exact numbers. The general opinion in Israel, while Netanyahu is in charge, like most of the younger generations are very, very unhappy with Netanyahu. Like they are very, very unhappy with the way that the crazies over in the settlements, who are like the religious extremists in Israel, right? Very unhappy with them, right? So it's like by no means this thing that has to happen, right? Like as soon as they get rid of the like crazy far right government that they have, I think that the possibility of de-escalating things does greatly increase, right? But the Hamas has a much greater chance of completely ruining that, and they do want to ruin that, by the way. Hamas doesn't want to stop at a two-state solution. They don't want to arrive at a two-state solution. Hamas wants, from the river to the sea. They want to completely, allegedly they've changed their charter, but from their inception, their charter said that we want to eradicate all Jews in the world. Like, there was no like, oh, well, we have some like short-term and long-term goals. Their goal was to kill all the Jews and take back the entirety of Palestine. So yeah, tensions need to be reduced, but the two groups that are like the most guilty of raising those tensions are going to be like the Netanyahu government and Hamas, like the two far right governments in both sides. And you can see both viewpoints where Israel is restricting Muslims to try and stave off terrorist attacks. And then, yeah, exactly. It is just a like cyclical thing that there is no, like, we understand why both sides believe, and both sides are rational in why they have those feelings. But someone's got to give at some point. Uh-oh. Hold on. Let me open this off stream. Let me also mute the tab. Damn. DGG analyst desk. Wow. I mean, those do look like burned bodies, severely overcooked. The white bag and car have the Israeli disaster victim identification response team symbol. Seems legit. Okay, this is... This is just live reporting. This isn't a link to the... Okay, read the I mean, that's what I'm going through right now. It's just that the sources that I'm coming across aren't actually... Yeah, there's no specific source on it. But I mean, like, those were burned bodies, and they were in the back of a Israeli truck. So, like, I'm not going to immediately cast like extreme doubt on it. but it would be nice if for like some of the more heinous fucking crimes, they could come out and say, hey, we have confirmation, this is the evidence, et cetera, so that people can shut the fuck up about it. You know, like I have no problem believing that the IDF are doing, or I'm sorry, not the IDF, that Hamas did some like unbelievably disgusting things to the point where I have people in my real life like coming up to me, talking to me about it and saying, dude, listen, I was on Reddit yesterday, bro, listen, I was on 4chan yesterday, and there was this thread, and they were showing some of the shit that was going on in those towns, and it's fucking disgusting, you know, rape, you know, just gunning down random people. And I'm like, yeah, it's pretty fucking abhorrent, right? Like, if there's enough video evidence of this stuff, I'm not going to like immediately cast doubt on it, but I also don't think that we should just slurp it up like every single fucking claim with no evidence, because we like evidence. We like having sourced claims, you know. It makes everyone's life a little bit better when all the claims are sourced. We can prove that this did happen, right? I got PB, dude. Well, no, I'm not like shitting on you or anything, Cly. I'm just saying, like, in general, because like there's the decapitated babies thing that you're talking about. There's like reports of people being burned alive in trucks. Like all of these things, not terribly unbelievable, unfortunately. You know, it's not inconceivable that any of that is happening, but we also have to consider that just like in the first couple of days of the Ukraine war, there was a lot of misinformation coming out of Ukraine too, because they were trying to hype up their own side, you know? Oh, I'm so stupid. Can you please stop moving so fast? Please die. Oh my God, this is taking forever, and I can't press play until this guy's dead. Dead. Fucking loser. All right. Like, not like it's a pain to find photo proof of babies being decapitated. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, also, in order to like prove to these people, like, well, I also said this yesterday. Listen. If people are going to ask for evidence, the kind of people that are going to be lawyering this super fucking hard about evidence are also the kind of people that probably won't believe any amount of evidence that you show them, you know, which is very unfortunate, because I mean, fuck, dude, there is the propensity for people to just like post old photos or old videos and say that this is what's happening. We don't speak fucking Hebrew or Arabic, so it's not like we're going to understand anything that happens in the fucking videos. But god damn, is it kind of fucking crazy when there's enough on that video to be at least, you know, credible, maybe not confirmed, right? But not something that you would immediately say, oh, you're retarded for believing this, right? So, like, a lot of the stuff with the rapes, I'm pretty convinced that shit happened, all right? Like, unfortunately, you know, there are videos that were going around. I think Twitter's kind of clamping down on it now, but, like, the videos that were going around on Twitter were very graphic depictions of these things, you know? And it seemed to line up very closely with the areas that we're talking about, right? Like music festival ground, flat ground all around and shit. Dead bodies on the ground next to them. Like it. I mean, that was enough convincing for me personally, you know? Anyways, keep watching.
I'm totally in favor of having a system like that. And look, are they going to get it right every time? No, but they're going to get it right a higher percentage of the time. And this is a great example of you need something to say here. Hey, this is not true. And so they said, breaking, Benjamin Netanyahu has been shifted to Sheba Hospital in Tel Shomer, and the reasons are not yet clear. And that's just not true. That's not true. And this was it's literally just a fake account. If you've come across reports that the Taliban has asked Iran and Iraq for permission to send fighters to Israel, the source for those reports is this viral tweet by what most likely is a fake Taliban PR account with a blue tick, I think that's supposed to say. I particularly like that hand-drawn arrow. So I saw this claim all over my Twitter feed. And when I first saw it, I believed it. Like, oh, the Taliban is asking for permission to help Hamas and attack Israel. Apparently, that is a totally unfounded claim. Now, is it totally out of the realm of possibility? No, it's possible.
See, that's one that I didn't see. If I saw it with the claim that I saw, I had like an official picture and stuff, and I feel like it had like a reputable news source link. So maybe the reputable news source was commenting on it or something, but I didn't look any deeper into it. I was just like, well, I mean, I don't see that actually happening, but it's scary that they're offering to. It's scary that they're offering it, but I guess that's just fake news, which is good. We do not want the Taliban to join in on this.
Taliban might say something on it, or at least express support for Hamas. And
bro, last night Prime said she just sat in blood. There's blood everywhere. Oh no, is Prime? Of course Prime is, dude. Prime is a fucking retard who will like stand by the most unbelievably fucking stupid opinion as long as it's left leaning. Maybe we'll watch some of that so we can make fun of him. How's it going, Berto?
It's possible, of course, but the viral argument of like Taliban wants to get involved, and that's not true. The genesis of it is untrue. So this stuff is floating around, man. And so this guy continues here. Day 2 thread for Israel-Hamas conflict misinformation here. You got so many more claims that are untrue, and I'm sure he'll continue this thread. By the way, shout out to this guy, Shayan Sardarizadeh. Shayan Sardarizadeh. He is, again, journalist at BBC Verified. He did a phenomenal job tracking this stuff. My point to you guys is be skeptical. Be skeptical. Use your logic. Definitely try to verify things that you see through multiple sources, some reputable sources, and don't just be a sucker and fall for everything.
I'm stupid.
Because, I mean, honestly, I think this problem has gotten worse. I don't think it's always been this bad on social media, but now it's worse than ever. And in a real-time war situation, the stakes are high, and you want to make sure you get as much as possible correct. So it's just a warning. It's just a warning for everybody, because this is not good. You don't want like blatantly false misinformation spreading like wildfire in the middle of a war. And I think this problem is only going to continue to get worse as time goes by. We saw it with Ukraine and Russia. There was a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of misinformation with this. And it'll continue. I just need everybody to have a skeptical eye and use your logic and check stuff as much as possible. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the...
Interesting. I've been cringing with Destiny's Cope that most of the politics space is highly intelligent, then wonder why there are no intellectuals or academics to be found in it. I don't think I've heard him say that. When the fuck did he say that? Yeah, link me the Prime stream. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, Bruno. Was it really that bad? Was he like... Every time some high school hero in the space shoots my BS, I agree more and more, nuke the internet. Yeah, I feel like I've heard the opposite. Everyone in the politics space is a fucking retard. Let's see. Twitch.tv. Prime Kai. Man, 1,200 views. That's the most views that he's gotten since like 2021.
having your own house is awesome, right? Undoubtedly, 100%.
Your equalizer.
Got a box fan.
Yeah, something like I mean, well, there's not a lot of people here, federal holiday, and I was like, oh yeah, that is a thing. So that just goes to show how much I really don't give a fuck about.
So Han, Bartholomew
it was a thing.
de la Casa.
Bartolome de las Casas. Yep.
Sorry, yes. Is that? Are you suggesting that
God
I don't know who this
YouTube.
person is? Factoid. Scott is back with us. Happy. We haven't had him in a few weeks. I think last.
I don't think I can look at it a different way. So, yeah. So, anyways, I'm excited to get into it, if a little bit scared.
Thank you. Same here. And next we have our friend Doobie, Dark Lord and Savior, back with us again. We've also been missing him for the past few weeks, unfortunately, but that's life. Doobie, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
I will have more people show up later on, but they're busy with things, so hopefully they'll be here soon. But we'll continue on. So the topic, over the weekend, Hamas launched an attack from the Gaza Strip into Israel.
Thank you. He just said, honks talk with what? Honks talks with academics is boring because 99% of what I've seen in politics based on the internet are full of low IQ regards, the most stupid people on planet Earth. Was silent like 45 minutes because there was enough chaos already. Damn, dude. Listen, this is the way that online politics is. Online politics is a microcosm of the real world. All right? It is a microcosm of the real world. Only that the extremes are overrepresented. The way that people interact with politics, the way that they arrive at their conclusions is the same. It's just that they are like the opinions that are popular and the ones that are not are going to push people out of the space, but you can't just do that in real life, right? Most of the people now, I've told you guys this a million times. I don't see myself as a particularly smart person. I don't see myself as a particularly high IQ person. I really don't. I would actually kill myself before ever taking an IQ test because I don't know what I would get genuinely. I genuinely don't know what I would get. And if it was higher than average, I would feel like I've wasted my potential, et cetera, et cetera. If it was lower than average, then I would feel like, of course, I am a retard. I can't do anything, right? So there's no way. And if it was average, then I would just feel like, oh, of course, I'm not a smart person, right? So I don't think that I'm a smart person, but I do think that I have enough of a solid way of looking at things and enough of a skeptical mind and enough self-doubt to where I can speak about these things or cover them or talk to people about politics in a way that, a lot of people in these spaces can't, or, maybe I'm just like average and all of these people are so fucking unbelievably autistic that it's, that I feel like I'm good at it. Maybe I'm just average. Maybe that's just like the, sorcery damage. No, I don't want that. Let's do that. But yeah, maybe I'm just average at talking to people and everyone else in the space isn't a microcosm of the real world. Maybe they're all just overconfident fucking retards. I don't know. You're smarter than 80% of people here? I don't know. But anyways, let's keep going.
An immense number of casualties have been suffered on both sides. What do you think are the causes of this current battle? Was this conflict inevitable? Do you condemn one side or the other? And what should the international response be? So yeah, like you guys all know. I mean, if you're a person who like peruses this particular channel, right? Well, then you are already politically aware, and you know that really awful news has been happening over the last 48, 72 hours. A massive loss of life in both Israel and Palestine with this surprise attack that's been launched. Just tragedies left and right. And like in the wake of this, people are trying to piece together like how should we conceptualize this conflict? It's a really difficult one to do, right? Like not that most conflicts are simple, right? Like usually in geopolitics, if you're thinking it's simple, you're wrong. But this one is one of the more amorphous and just like mind-bending ones to get your mind around. So
I actually, I'm actually going back on something that I've said, that this is a very complicated thing. I actually don't think that this conflict is that difficult to understand, right? I think that the constant bringing up of individual incidences is can like make things complicated, and like the deeper you go, the more complicated it could be, right? Like when you start like including the attitudes of other nations and stuff. But like really it boils down to this: both sides fucking hate each other, both sides have legitimate reason for it, right? If this is ever going to end, both sides have to start committing to peaceful negotiations. That's literally all you need to know as like a layperson, right? Both sides kind of suck, right? It's about land. It's not about religion, right? People will say it's about religion. It's about land. Palestinians claim to be the ones that should have the entirety of Israel or the land of Israel. How would you enforce the peace? I didn't say that there's an easy solution. Just understanding why everything is happening is very easy. Oh, Casabon, can you DM it to me on Discord then?
I wanted to explore that with these guys and to see where you all land and go from there. We'll start for Fran. Back to it.
Yeah, so as mentioned, this topic is particularly interesting because last week here on this panel, we had a conversation as to the legitimacy of civilian targets during military operations. During that discussion, I asked questions about rockets against Israel, and I also specifically asked if Palestinians had stormed settlements, lined up civilians, and killed them, whether that could be justified. And some people sort of expressed that it could be. As it turns out, I didn't really need to compare the two because only days later, we saw Hamas do both. We saw
Goddamn.
thousands of rockets fired at civilians, and then raids into Israel, including at a peace festival where jihadists killed, tortured, and raped unarmed and innocent men, women, and children.
Interesting point here on that. I found out earlier today, they didn't even know that festival was happening. They just kind of happened upon it because it was so close to Gaza. Bro, they just happened upon it and they were like, oh, you know what would be really fucking cool right now? If we just started like gunning them down. Like, can you fucking imagine? Like, it wasn't part of the broader plan to do that. That shit's fucking crazy. But
answer to the prompt, I fully condemn Hamas, the organization that specifically targeted and slaughtered innocent people. I also condemn the lefties that have been supporting Hamas, specifically the DSA. Some chapters, like the Connecticut DSA, are brazenly on Twitter right now celebrating the massacre itself on Twitter. When 30 unarmed black men are killed every year, it's a travesty. But when 30 times as many unarmed Israelis are intentionally slaughtered, it's somehow a glorious revolution. Look at your bedfellows and be ashamed.
Hey, thank you. Let's go to our friend Scott.
Yeah, so as you mentioned in the prompt, this is an incredibly difficult question to answer.
I wonder what the anarcho fucking libertarian person, anarcho capitalist person has to say about this. How an Israeli kibbutz paradise turned into hell in Hamas attack. A baby's crushed crib lying outside a burnt out home. Corpses strewn on streets. Body bags lined up on an outdoor basketball court. The stench of death everywhere. Mothers, fathers, babies, young families killed in their beds, in the protection room, in the dining room, in their garden. To this mayor, the seasoned soldier visibly shaken as troops went door to door to collect the bodies of residents killed in their homes. It's not a war, it's not a battlefield, it's a massacre, he said. Some victims were decapitated, he added. I've never seen anything like this, and I've served 40 years. Kfar Aza, just 3 kilometers from the Gaza Strip, was among the communities hit hardest by the Hamas assault on southern Israel, which Israeli officials say has killed at least 1,000 people, mostly civilians, gunned down in their homes, on the streets, or at a dance festival. So Reuters is reporting about the decapitations. I now believe the decapitations. Reuters is highly you can trust Reuters. I don't think that they are almost ever found to be inaccurate. Media bias fact check. Let's look up Reuters bias and credibility. Least biased, factual reporting, the highest. Overall, least biased based on objective reporting, and very high for factual reporting due to proper sourcing of information with minimal bias and clean fact check record. They don't even have any things here to say, oh, Reuters lied. They didn't say 40 babies though. They said among the victim zone have been. Well, what did the other? Is this the article that we were reading? Oh fuck! There's too many goddamn. This was from yesterday. Did this one say there were 40 decapitated babies? No, this one doesn't say 40 decapitated children. It basically says the same thing as the other guy. Oh, wait, hold on. This was Ben Zion. What was the name of the other guy? Oh, yeah, it's a different person. So at least 2 people are claiming, and it's being reported by Reuters, so it's probably credible. I mean, the story Clyde brought the stream. Oh, sorry, I don't have. I must have exited out that tab.
Especially what are the causes, right? So I mean, I have a list of causes.
I think Hamas' plan in the long run is to wipe out the Israeli people. Yeah, yes, obviously, yes, that is their goal. So anyone who here's the thing. There have been a lot of atrocities, a lot of documented fucking horrible goddamn things that they've done. At this point, I'm going yes, we need evidence for these things, right? But I'm not going to discount out of hand extremely brutal tactics in the same way that I might have done that at the beginning of the Russian-Ukrainian war, right? With them saying that they're crucifying each other, right? There were Ukrainian sources saying that Russians were crucifying people. There were Ukrainian sources saying that Russians were crucifying people, So I was highly skeptical then because it was just very obvious, make the other side look really bad propaganda type stuff, which I don't blame Ukraine for, right? They were getting invaded and they were trying to rally all their people and they were trying to get international support. Israel already has that international support, and the facts on the ground are bad enough that they don't really have to, do that kind of propaganda. But yeah, the stuff that we're seeing in Israel feels way different, feels like there is so much more intentionality behind the targeting of civilians than any other conflict that I think I've ever seen. Well, I mean, besides Russia targeting the fucking Ukrainian civilians, like they stepped that up at one point in the war. Like they had been doing it the entire time, obviously, but they stepped it up. I can't remember exactly when, but they were like, you know what? We're just gonna try and bomb the fuck out of them and see if that changes anything. It did not. It did not change anything. It strengthened Ukrainian resolve, so they stepped it down from the levels that they were at. Besides ISIS, right? I'm talking about like large scale. Oh well, you know what? You might actually be right. I can believe you on that. I did not. I was not following politics super closely when ISIS was active. So. Also, the testimony of IDF personnel is going to be the best evidence that we gain at this stage. Oh, hold on. While I don't necessarily disagree, also remember that. Well, here's my thing. If Reuters is reporting on it and not adding a caveat to it, I'm much more likely to believe it. Like usually what Reuters will do is if there's like a crazy claim like that, like they decapitated babies, they'll quote them, right? And then they'll say, though Reuters is not able to independently confirm these reports, right? Like they'll say shit like that, which is why the fact that there is no caveat on there is like, well, I guess they decapitated a fucking baby, you know? That's like, it's fucking crazy. I can't fucking believe that they would just go like that brazen. Like, it's not gonna lie, it is a lot easier to believe that bloodthirsty fucking like Islamist fucking jihadists will rape someone than it is to believe that they'll just like decapitate a baby. But we live in the world that we live in. ISIS feels like so long ago. I mean, what year was that? 2014 to 2019 or some shit like, no, 2014 to 2017, 2018, something like that. So like the first year that I went into college to a couple of years before I started streaming. Also, when it comes to like, listen, I can stomach a lot of things. All right. I can stomach a lot of things. I don't think that even I, like, when I hold my nose and I watch one of these like horrible fucking videos coming out of these conflicts, I don't think I want to see a decapitated baby personally. Right. Like I've become a little bit desensitized to it, you know. I grow a little bit older. I play a lot of video games, so I'm a little bit more sociopathic. But like something about the idea of seeing a decapitated baby just is not something that I particularly want to see. So I'm going to trust other people. If they want to go out and they want to search for those things, they can search for those things. Me personally, that's not what I want to see. I didn't even want to see the rape video that I saw. Like, the second I realized what the fuck it was, I was disgusted and I turned that shit off. Now, maybe I'm a little bit soy, but rape is really gross, especially when it's like a violent rape by some militant holding a woman down amongst her dead friends, you know? That was not a pleasant watch, I'll tell you that. You know what I'm saying? How's it going, Vigilante? They're decapitating babies? Yeah, I mean, even according to Reuters, right? Some victims were decapitated. Mothers, fathers, babies, young families killed in their beds, in the protection room, in the dining room. And then there was another one that I might have closed out. Killed babies and decapitated women and children. So there's enough reporting on it at this point from credible sources that I feel comfortable saying, yeah, they probably decapitated some children and babies. There's also reports, and I saw a picture just a minute ago of fucking people burned alive. Well, like they were charred, so they weren't alive anymore. Sondsol, I don't know if I want to see that, dude. Me now downloading Mutilate Children mod for site. Yeah, exactly. See, like, we make jokes about, video games turning us into sociopaths, but like, unironically, the more realistic games get, the easier it's been to see, like, someone get shot in the head and then like drop like a sack of potatoes over the course of my life. I feel like when I was in my early 20s, I would get like, I feel like I would have been like pretty upset at watching a video of someone dying. I think like the worst video I saw on the internet as a kid, I was like maybe 12 or 13, and it was people setting a dog on fire in like Brazil. Like, it was a bunch of kids like squirting lighter fluid on some dog, right? And they were all laughing and stuff, and I didn't know what the fuck was happening. I thought they were just like tormenting a dog by aggravating it, but then they threw a match at it and it lit on fire, and then they followed it. So I've seen things like that in the past, and it really was upsetting to me. Now I see, a video of someone get a grenade dropped on them in fucking Ukraine, and I'm like, damn, that's wild. He's still moving, like, I've become a little desensitized to it, but I still feel like I don't know what my actual like visceral response would be to seeing a decapitated baby, so I'm going to try and avoid that one. I guess Hamas supports postnatal abortion. True. Remember when women would defect from places like England to join ISIS and then realize they were just forced to cook, clean, and make the next generation? Yeah, they were sex slaves. They were traded around as sex slaves. I got a friend who works in the Israeli defense industry making explosives. I'm sad to say he now gets to test out his work. Damn. You want to play Call of Duty with me? We can replay the airport. Jesus Christ, dog. There was someone. Oh, well, maybe I shouldn't say this. Not because it's bad for them, but just because it might be like a surprise for their stream. But I can't even remember who it was. Someone said that they wanted to play the no Russian level, like do a 24-hour stream doing only the no Russian level as like a subathon. And then if they like got enough subs, they would like keep going for like 1 hour per 20 subs or some shit like that. Just for, the memes. But damn, it's crazy. Did anyone see where his ear went? Wait, what the fuck does that mean?
And this is
sounds like Resi. It might have been Resi. I hope I didn't like spoil the next thing that he's doing on his stream. They are redoing the no Russian mission in the new Call of Duty. What do you mean by redoing? Like cutting it out?
not exhaustive, right? I would say the primary cause, as far as I'm concerned, is the Balfour Declaration of 1917. I would say that prior to this, the Jewish Zionist movement was purchasing private property, going into swamps, going into abandoned areas, and homesteading property peacefully without issues. It's after this, after Britain kind of promises the Jews a nation of their own, that we see, the Jaffa riots and many of the clashes between these people, and of course,
Hold on, really quick. I want to add some additional details that I learned today. It wasn't just the fact that they gave a Jewish nation to, the Jews. It was also the fact that Britain promised everyone something in the Middle East in return for having these, these Arab militias or Arab people rise up against the Ottomans. They promised France stuff. They promised, Russia stuff. They promised the Arabs that they convinced to work with them stuff. But when you promise everyone something, but there's only limited resources that you're able to give out based off of those promises, not everyone's going to get what you promised them, right? And that seems to be what the problem was, with less than like the borders that actually got drawn up, more than basically any of that. It seems to be like they promised, Syria to this guy, and they promised also Syria to the French, and then they promised, that the the Jews would have like their own homeland, but then they also promised part of that land to another guy that was supposed to be crowned king. And they were like, okay, well, we have these areas and we're going to chop them up real good. And then you guys can go here and you guys can go here. And you guys go here and you guys go here. And that seems to be where the majority of these issues come from, right? It's less that, oh, like Palestine had a more legitimate land claim than the Israelis or the Jews, right? The Palestinians had really only just as much claim to the land as the Jews did, because it was the Ottoman Empire's land before that, not the Palestinians. I don't even know if it was called Palestine before that, right? But it was a state. It wasn't even its own country, right? It was a region within the Ottoman Empire, not its own country. I don't know if Palestine has ever been its own country, right? Like we would have to stretch back so far into history to find evidence of like who was the last sole owner of the independent nation of that area, right? That history is no longer relevant to the present, right? All this boils down to land, you know? Uh-oh, Jackson Hinkle coming in with a retard take. Uh-oh, Twitter. Damn it. Bro, hold on 1 second. Please, for the love of God, before you link me, is that baby dead? Yeah, give me a motherfucking... God, fuck, dude. Yeah, don't link something and then tell me when you post the link. For the love of God, for my safety on the internet, please. Fuck. Damn. Please die. Oh, fuck. That was close.
The history from 1917 on, 37 and 47 and the 6 days.
Oh, the last time it was its own country, it was Israel, right? Well, look at that. Now we all agree. Israel has the last independent claim to that land. You didn't read the Jackson tweet? Oh, he was just saying, look, this is what's actually happening in Gaza, but we don't have proof right now that there were 40 babies decapitated in Israel. Like, that's all he said. Why is it so fucking hot up here? God fucking damn. 1 second. I've got to turn on the AC from my phone here really quick. It is hot as goddamn up here. There we go.
War in 67 and
wait, hold on. I don't know why we're watching this. I know they all say it gets crazy at one point. Can y'all give me like a timestamp on the YouTube video? Because like right now I'm just like watching this and I don't know why. Like this is a 6-hour stream. And I don't want to watch 3 hours of it even. I don't think I want to watch an hour of it. Like where's like the crazy part? Let's skip forward a little bit.
As a matter of fact, hold on, let me expand the idea just a fraction. It's not you could have 1 billion Muslims and you could probably have 999 million Jews as long as the Muslims are in control of the territory. But as soon as you have 1 billion and 1 Jews and they control the territory politically, that becomes a politically and religiously intolerable situation.
That's not true. Lebanon is a perfect example of this. Christians were in charge in Lebanon for many, many, many decades until slowly but surely from 48 and 67 immigration, Muslims became a majority. And even still, there were tensions, but there was still peace in Lebanon until PLO Marxists moved in and allied themselves with the Muslim majority
Oh my God.
in Lebanon and kicked off the civil war. So the own history
What do you
of-
think
of
the Muslim
Middle East
majority
proves
was?
that wrong.
What do you think the Muslim majority was telling each other before they kicked off the civil war?
Can I get an intro in a
I
minute?
don't know how to answer that question.
What do you think? What do you think they
trying to
told?
get
What
me
do you
to say?
What I'm trying to get you to say is they're saying
I don't know.
you're
They said
being
good
ruled-
morning in the morning. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
you think they didn't say like, hey, it's fucked up that you're being ruled by a bunch of Christian secularist fucking dickheads right now that are importing degenerate fucking Western culture into your like modern society, and they're using all the
That's
pretext of
irrelevant to your
technology
bullshit
and
claim that I
commercial.
just proved
No, it's
wrong.
not. No, it's not.
literally
Because if I
proved
go
you
check,
wrong.
if I
History
go
proves
check
you wrong. You're
Hezbollah's, no, okay, hold on, Fabian,
You said it
can't
is
just say
impossible
that.
for them to live
Fabian,
in peace unless the Muslims are in control. And then I said, here's 20,
and
30
how long
years
were
of
the
peace in
how
Lebanon.
30 years? 30 years.
Technically, the Christians. Okay, technically the Christians were in control. I want to say it was 1920, the French mandate. Yeah, the French mandate is 1920, I believe. So from 1920 until 1975. So I'm sorry, 55 years.
45 years of peace. I'm amazed. Dude, like the reason why I'm talking to you in such a fucking condescending tone is because 45 years
I proved
for
you wrong.
anybody. No, it's because for anybody who's historically literate, which you are, by the way, so this is super fucking annoying. I have to make this point to you. 55 years is the blink of a fucking eye. So to use that as a citation that Jews and Christians can get along for eternity without any kind of religious
I
claims
didn't
or
say
religious
that.
bigotry is fucking crazy.
Getting mad. You're getting mad because you made a bullshit claim and then I proved your bullshit claim wrong.
I'm
So we'll push that.
I can't stand the Fabian guy, dude. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna stop watching this until we get like a timestamp on
Throughout the Cold War,
the craziest shit. Okay, 1 second. Let's find
the bloodbaths
why.
that have.
I feel like I have way too many tabs open. I don't even remember what I wanted to watch. Am I missing a window that I opened? No, I guess I'm not. I don't know where all the fucking... Okay, here they are. Okay, what else do we want to look at here? Here, let's... This is the last like short video we'll do, and then we'll actually look at the research that I said we were going to do, because I should know a little bit more about what's going on in Gaza.
Who is the General Secretary of the Palestinian National Initiative, former Palestinian Minister of Information. Mustafa went on Fareed Zakaria's CNN show yesterday, and it is shocking because there is such a Palestinian voices on mainstream media could not be more lacking, and some things are changing. We'll show a graph that was in the New York Times today on the website that is a much better picture of what the conflict has really looked like, what the occupation, what the apartheid has looked like for decades than had been portrayed by those same news sources maybe 10 years ago. So there is some very faint silver lining in terms of, I guess, rhetoric here. But this is also a part of it here. So you don't normally hear this kind of stuff on an outlet like CNN, which is why I thought it was notable to play it. Here we go.
Israeli territory. Political leader Ismail Haniyeh has blamed the violence squarely on Israel's occupation of Palestinian land. For another Palestinian viewpoint, I wanted to bring in...
Okay, when we assign blame to things, this is what we should look at, right? If we're trying to find reasons why something happened, or if we want to say who is responsible, that is who we're blaming or what we're blaming it on, right? I think that there's enough reason right now to think that they were trying to stop any kind of normalization of relations with Israel and Saudi Arabia, in addition to like basically any other Arab country that they might come across, right? Like, I feel like there's enough reason for them to do it for that is the most plausible answer. Nothing is like majorly changed in Gaza or the West Bank for them to launch this massive attack except for that one event. Literally, nothing has changed except for that one thing that I can see. I don't see it. I haven't seen any other reason why they would have chosen now to do this massive fuck off, like go for broke attack on Israel, which is going to very likely lead to the decimation or the total eradication of Hamas and the total fucking, like, I was about to say nuclear level attack, but Israel literally has nukes. So, like, extremely heavy-handed response from Israel, right? Like, that is what Hamas is wanting. They want a heavy-handed response. They want to, cause a rift between Israel and any country that might be trying to normalize relations in the Middle East, right? That's why they're trying to call on and trying to drag into the fight places like Lebanon and Morocco and Iran, right? Like, Iran doesn't want to be like they're like, yeah, we pay these motherfuckers, we give them missiles. We didn't know that this attack was going to happen. We weren't planning this attack with them, right? Even though, someone in Hamas was telling the Wall Street Journal otherwise, that they were directly orchestrating it with the leaders of Iran, right? Like, they want to bring in other countries. They want to have, an Arab fatwa against fucking Israel to reclaim Palestine, because this is their go for broke last ditch effort as the rest of these countries start to recognize the reality. Like, Israel isn't fucking going anywhere. The 6 Days War didn't get you guys anything. The Yom Kippur War didn't get you guys anything, right? It only made things worse. The United States isn't going to back off of its commitments to Israel just because, there are human rights abuses or what the fuck ever. Like, Israel's here to stay, so we might as well normalize relations and try to, move things forward that way. Hamas does not want that whatsoever. That is the worst possible outcome, because the fewer countries that are willing to fucking go to war with or want to destroy Israel, not just go to war, but are the less countries that actively want to destroy Israel, the less likely it is that a Palestinian state will exist in the future. I declare a complete blockade of Gaza. Vince V, really quick, the fighting humanoid animals. We had a guy that speaks Hebrew in chat yesterday, and he said that the more close translation for that was something like more akin to like barbarian or something like that, like these horrible people type thing, less literally calling them animals. At Dylan.
Over the last
Oh shit. Damn. That was close. Ooh. This might be a good one to watch here in a second. Well, they didn't. What I'm trying to say is it wasn't him calling them subhuman. Won't let me post it in Kick Chat. I don't know why some people are able to post links and some people aren't. It is the weirdest fucking thing. I wish that Kick would fucking change it. It's not only mods that can post links. It's anyone can, but some people specifically can't, and I don't know why that is. Alrighty, let's see here. Also, really quick before we continue on with this video, because I am like off of Twitch, because I am not monetized on YouTube again, I'm trying to fix whatever that issue is. Right now, the only thing that I'm getting any revenue for is through subs on Kick and direct donations. If you guys want to help a brother out who is very poor and will no longer be receiving the $150 or so that he gets from Twitch every month that helps him pay rent, that is a great way to help me out. All right. You guys can either sub on Kick, or if you're watching from YouTube, you can use the link that is in the YouTube description, the video description. All right. Does Kick do ads? No. Which was about 50% of the revenue that I got from Twitch. So I'd get about $80 from subs and about, I think it was about $80 from subs. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I got a good amount of money from ads, and I got a good amount of money from subs, and that was helping me pay my rent. I think what he said is still bad. I've seen Russia State TV call Ukrainian savages, so violence is justified. I feel like it's way different to call people who didn't aggress on you savages so that you can justify an attack on them versus, like, people being beheaded, burned alive, possibly, or just their bodies being burnt after the fact. Like, all of these things seem really bad to me and is savagery, is barbaric. So,
And Dr. Mustafa Barghouti, he is a former information minister for the Palestinian government, which is in control of parts of the West Bank but does not control Gaza. Welcome, Minister. I again want to just make sure that viewers understand that the Palestinian Authority has been an opponent of Hamas, so you are not in any way affiliated with Hamas. You represent the Palestinian Authority, which has control over parts of the West Bank. All that said, what is your reaction to what you have seen so far?
Well, first of all, I am not part of the Palestinian Authority. As a matter of fact, I represent a democratic Palestinian movement called Palestinian National Initiative, which is non-Fatah and non-Hamas. And we're of course, I am not affiliated with Hamas. But I think this situation that has evolved is a direct result of the continuation of the longest occupation in modern history. Israeli occupation of Palestinian land since 1967. This is 56 years of occupation that has transformed into a system of apartheid, a much worse apartheid than what prevailed in South Africa. Yes, maybe Hamas did not recognize Israel, but the PLO did, and the Palestinian Authority did. What did they get? Nothing. Since 2014, the Israeli governments would not even meet with Palestinians. And what you see today is a reaction to several things. First of all, settlers' terrorist attacks on Palestinians in the West Bank that has evicted already 20 communities in an act of ethnic cleansing. 248 Palestinians who were killed by the Israeli army and settlers in the West Bank, including 40 children. Attacks on the holy sites, the Muslim and Christian holy sites by Israeli extremists, as well as declaration of Netanyahu that he will liquidate the Palestinian rights and the Palestinian cause by normalization with Arab countries. And he dared even to go to the United Nations and carried in the United Nations a map of Israel, which included the whole of the West Bank, all of Gaza, all of Jerusalem, as well as the Golan Heights.
Okay, that picture I don't know is enough for me to like condemn Netanyahu. It was a small picture, and like I don't know if you would have even been able to like differentiate on that photo. Someone else could convince me pretty easily otherwise, but that seems like so. It seems so small of an issue to, hello, there is no hell. Don't be afraid of death. You will become stronger. Open and do not close the tap every morning. Add bleach to your daily diet. Throw in the forest with the plastic and into the sea. The money will come to you. Long live the chaos. You know what? That was probably one of the most inspirational things I've ever read in my chat. Inshallah, brother.
He declared the annexation of the occupied territories. So, of course, Palestinians turned to resistance. because they see that this is the only way for them to get their rights. The question here is not about dehumanizing Palestinians as is happening and calling them terrorists. It's about asking the question, why the United States supports Ukraine in fighting what they call occupation, while here they are supporting the occupier who continues to occupy us.
Yes, and there's like a moment of Fareed Zakaria not really fully comprehending it, and then they move on to another question. And I think he makes a claim at one point that the targets of Hamas at this point were military targets, which is not true. Like we played on the show earlier, that they ended up killing many young.
Also, I saw a lot of people posting that. I saw a lot of people posting that interview as if like, oh shit, I'm gonna fuck up his name. What was the name of the interviewer? Whoever the news host was, like, he was like surprised and upset that he didn't know that the guy was like pro-Palestinian. Yes, of course he knew the guy was pro-Palestinian. It's not like every news reporter is just by default wanting to press whatever you think is the fucking party line in the United States, right? Like, people want to do this. People want to look at the world, right, as if everyone is against them, and therefore they have the most moral cause because they are the ones that have the most oppression or whatever the fuck. I mean, this isn't just like a Marxist. We talked a lot about like the critical theory stuff yesterday, right? But like fucking right wingers do this shit too. All right, they do this shit all the time. Well, the only reason they want to silence us, oh my God, do I really only have 1 HP left? Are you fucking kidding me? How the fuck am I supposed to survive this shit? This shit's fucking crazy. Can I please get something that is going to heal me, please, for the love of fucking God? And there's still no goddamn server? Thank you. Please, God. Okay, I need to pause. Okay. I was talking purely on yeah. So like everyone wants to seem like they're the most oppressed and everything, and so therefore anything that happens in the news, fuck my life. Anything that happens in the news is going to be, you know, they're going to try and push only their party line, only what the state only shows you what they want you to see. And it's always a narrative that is against us, right? Which is super not the case. If the news only presented stuff that the government wanted you to see, then why the fuck do they report on, you know, scandals within the White House? Why do they report on scandals that politicians have, that like the United States does? Why is it that journalists are the people that whistleblowers go to much of the time? Not all the time, because sometimes they go through like the internal, you know, whistleblower system, right? But like when someone wants to whistleblow, why do they go to journalists? Because the news most of the time is fairly accurate. What you have to be careful with on news, when it comes to mainstream news sources like newspapers and news channels, is not the factual accuracy of what they're saying, which, of course, caveat here, depends on what news sources you're watching, right? But like usually, even when you go to like Fox News, if you're a left winger, right? Or if you're a right winger, even if you go to MSNBC, most of the time you're going to be getting factual information, right? The only thing they have to look for is bias and spin. So when I say bias, I mean, what sorts of stories are they going to be reporting on, right? So maybe Fox News doesn't focus on January 6th proceedings that much. Or maybe MSNBC, when they see Trump starting to go off the rails on some off the cuff speech, they cut him off and say, well, we can't verify what he's saying on the fly, so we're just going to go ahead and give our commentary on it, right? So that would be examples of like bias on what they decide to cover, right? And then spin will be what the what are the conclusions they draw from the same set of facts, right? So why was I talking about this? Oh, so a bunch of people wanted to say like, oh, look, the Fareed Zakaria, is that what his name is? Is taking all these pauses because he's taken aback because he thought that he was going to have an anti-Hamas Palestinian on. No, they know exactly who they have on. He's just trying to keep his, he's just trying to make sure that he words his questions specifically and that he's not reacting to things negatively, that they specifically brought this guy on to, give his point of view. It's just fucking weird as fuck for everyone to have this unbelievably fucking victim complex when it comes to news reporting. That retard Nico House, I think it was last night, tweeted out like, given all the events that are happening right now, I wonder what they're trying to hide from us, what they're trying to distract us from. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about, you retard? Like, I don't think anyone's trying to distract us from anything. I think that it is way easier to believe that all of the people all over the world who are doing things right now, like that are like newsworthy, whether it's Trump's lawyers and the people who are prosecuting him, whether it's stuff in Ukraine and Russia, or whether it's fucking Hamas going in and fucking doing terrorist actions in Israel, right? All of these different groups of people all have incentives to do all the things that they're doing without any outside influence, right? There is no shadowy fucking billionaire group or shadowy Jewish group or shadowy fucking communist Marxist group that is trying to like secretly pull the strings behind the scenes. There are plenty of good reasons for all of these people and all of these news stories to be doing what they're doing. The timing is irrelevant. The timing is irrelevant.
Young people in Israel at that music festival. I don't know enough about this particular man to.
Would that IDF guy be down to talk on stream with me? Like, I don't know. Like, I guess I would just ask him what he's seeing on the ground, because I'm not going to ask him about like the war crimes, because it looks like we're shying away. Everyone keeps on linking me stuff. We're shying away from going over all of the fucking links on stream that Internet Gas gave me. I guess I'm going to have to just review those on my own.
Make a claim on, I guess.
Also, one last quick pause. Is YouTube chat alive? Is anybody over there? It says that there's 5 viewers, but are you guys alive over there? Yeah, war crime review. It's like a rape review, but only about war crimes. YouTube chat, say something. Are you alive? No. The answer is no.
Everything he's ever said or done, right? But that point there is completely 100% true. It is impossible to square the circle of our...
What did he say?
About asking the question, why the United States supports Ukraine in fighting what they call occupation, while here they are supporting the occupier who continues to occupy us.
That's because one is a very brazen fucking invasion, unprovoked whatsoever, from Russia into Ukraine for no other reason than not wanting to be closely related with them. Meanwhile, in this case, I'm sorry, not the Palestinian. I need to be more careful with my language. Hamas is on a fairly regular basis, not just now, right? But in the past couple of years, in the past couple of decades, attacking Israeli civilians, And in the past couple of days, literally went around and killed over 1,000 fucking civilians in a surprise attack with no remorse. They're holding hostages. Do you not see how these fucking situations are significantly different? Like, I know that this guy is a Palestinian like peace leader, right? He wants there to be peaceful means, or he believes in peaceful means to achieving liberation, and that is good. And I don't want to criticize him too hard, but like the comparison that I keep on seeing to Ukraine is fucking retarded. It is unbelievable. It is so stupid that anyone would compare these things. Besides the surface level, like one stronger group is attacking a weaker group, and the weaker group is trying to survive. Like, that is the most surface level look at the reasons behind these things. The reasons, I don't support, any action from an oppressed person towards an oppressor simply because they're an oppressed person attacking an oppressor, right? I understand where it comes from. Right. And I can be totally like on board with saying we should be supporting the civilians of Palestine and making sure that they have like a humanitarian corridor to escape Gaza. Right. While this war goes on. Right. While at the same time saying like, yeah, IDF, go into Gaza and blow Hamas the fuck away. Fuck these losers. Hey, thank you for the gifted sub, buddy. I appreciate that.
Yes. And there's like a moment of Fareed Zakaria not really fully comprehending it, and then they move on to an.
Also, if you guys have like suggestions of like sub rewards that I can give you guys that would incentivize you guys to subscribe more, right? Or suggestions on like community building, if you guys want to like hang out in the Discord sometimes, and like if I was just hanging out in the VC, if that would incentivize you guys, like please send suggestions in the Discord, because I want to like make some slow progress on that, because it has picked up recently. There's pretty regular conversation, but it's only between the same couple of people. I want more people jumping in, Free Palestine from Islam. Bro, listen, I saved so many anti-Muslim memes. When I say anti-Muslim memes, I mean like anti like Islam, like anti-Muhammad, Aisha, the 8-year-old getting fucked by their prophet and shit last night. So I'm ready to go nuclear on Twitter whenever they decide to go nuclear on me. Inshallah, brothers, we will win the war.
Another question. And I think he makes a claim at one point that the targets of Hamas at this point were military targets, which is not true. Like we played on the show earlier, that they ended up killing many young people in Israel at that music festival. So like, I don't know enough about this particular man to make a claim on, I guess, everything he's ever said or done, right? But that point there is completely 100% true. It is impossible to square the circle of our stated reasons behind our support for the people of Ukraine, which I think is just, versus our reasoning for supporting Israel, because in those instances, the parties that are the colonizing parties, the parties that are not respecting the borders, the sovereignty of nations, that are oppressing a certain people that has less power, those parties are Russia, and that party is Israel in that instance. And what he says too about
it is so disanalogous. I cannot for the life of me imagine, like, unless you are totally ideologically captured or you are like legitimately like subhumanly low IQ, how the fuck you could arrive at the conclusion that the invasion of Ukraine and the Israeli occupation are at all fucking similar. Ukraine had no violent actions towards Russia whatsoever, and Russia invaded. The situation in Israel-Palestine, I said earlier that it's not that complicated to understand. And at a baseline level, it's not, right? Just like the Russia-Ukraine one. Ukraine did no aggressive actions towards Russia. Russia invaded and just started bombing the fuck out of their country, right? But when you look a little bit deeper at it, it is a little bit more complex in the fucking Russia-Ukraine thing, because that one is so unbelievably black and white that like a fucking toddler, like it is the good guys and the bad guys. When it comes to Israel and Palestine, there's a lot of like morally and ethically fucking dubious or like outright violations of fucking human rights that Israel has done, right? Or Israel has done. However, while we can recognize that, and we could even support, or not even support, but understand the like if they had done actions against specifically like military or government targets as opposed to civilians, like there are ways that, yeah, we could look at this in a much more black and white way. But Hamas doesn't want it to be black and white. They want to kill as many fucking Israelis as they can, non-combatants, to muddy the waters on any future relations that Israel might have with Arab nations in the future. Like that would be a death sentence for their movement. So they gotta fucking go in and they gotta fucking decapitate babies, I guess. And like they gotta be the most disgusting motherfuckers possible to elicit the most violent response from Israel possible so that they can ruin Israel's peace talks with everyone else. That is what is happening right now. No, please tell me that you're fucking memeing. Mortar shells were fired from Syria into the Golan Heights in northern Israel. Nobody was hurt. In response, the IDF is now attacking in Syria. Bros, this is actually like giga bad. When was this? 3:18 p.m.? Holy shit, it's only 3:30? It feels so much fucking later right now. What the fuck? Oh, guys, that's so fucking bad. Oh, God. Oh, man, this could escalate so fucking easily now. Syria really thought they were cooking. I don't even know. I know that Syria, with Russia's help, was able to, survive the civil war that they went through, right? But their country was fucked. Their country was fucked by ISIS, by their fighters, especially by fucking the Wagner group going in, by Russian. I can't remember the name of their fighter jets, but but with Russian fighter jets, like that country was bombed to the Stone Age. I don't know what fucking hope they have of, or what they are thinking that they can achieve besides maybe trying to take back the Golan Heights. But like, bros, oh man, this is really bad. Hold on, let me open it up in this window. This video is filmed at the Egyptian Military Academy in Cairo. It has nothing to do with the recent violence in Israel and Gaza. Do you not get the community notes? Iron Fortress of Gas? Okay, let's finish this.
Netanyahu being deliberately provocative and going to the United Nations with that map that included the Palestinian territories as a part of Israel. That was a deliberately provocative move by Netanyahu a few weeks or months back. I'm forgetting the timeline. And as we discussed with Orly Noy, Netanyahu's boxing out of Palestinians in any talks and going to Arab partners and trying to normalize things like with Saudi Arabia. They're past allies of Palestinians who had at least kind of stood in solidarity with their plight as a the fact that had been happening meant that they were feeling completely cut off from any.
If anyone can get me a tweet from the Spectator Index or from Reuters or the Associated Press on the Syria thing, I would really appreciate that, just to get absolute confirmation that we're not falling for Twitter propaganda, okay? Because like we started the stream out saying, there's a lot of people just fucking lying on the internet right now. You really think that someone would do that? Go on the internet and lie? Yes, I do. So if someone can... if someone could get me a Reuters or an Associated Press link, that would be super appreciated.
Any hope of their suffering being alleviated, as well as Netanyahu's green lighting of the settlements and the pogroms that continue without any kind of pushback. The Israeli Supreme Court, their entire judicial apparatus, says, no, don't worry. It doesn't matter if you have ancestral rights to this home. You don't have documentation. So Israel has a right to take it for, quote, military exercises or whatever excuse that they give. There's been no hope.
Okay, hold on. I thought that the problem in Sheikh Jarrah was that they both had documentation, but Israel just decided to go with Ottoman Empire age documentation rather than more recent ones or some shit. I thought that it was little to do with that's worse than saying, oh, you don't have documentation that this is your land. We're going to claim this as the country's land. That is actually kind of reasonable. Why are you on this land? Oh, it's mine. Do you have a deed? Do you have some utilities bills going back a certain amount of time? You have any documentation that this is your land? That's different. But I'm just saying, she could be 100% correct that there's something bad going on there. But the way she presented it actually kind of sounds reasonable. Who is this queen? It's one of the most unbelievably stupid and biased people on the internet. But she's being kind of evenly keeled here. So I saw 2 Israeli news outlets talking about the Syrian shelling of the Golan Heights, but no AP or Reuters. Okay, anything that seems credible is what I'm saying. Oh shit, you know what we should watch after this? The Biden speech. The IDF says carrying out artillery strikes in Syria after a number of mortars were launched toward northern Israel. The IDF says it is targeting the origin of the mortar fire. Oh, that's it. Okay. UAE warned Syria. Oh, good. UAE warned Syria's Assad not to get involved in the Hamas-Israel war. God, this guy looks more fucked up every time I see him. The stress of the civil war really fucked him up. Warned Assad regime in Syria not to intervene in the Hamas-Israel war or to allow attacks on Israel from Syrian soil, according to 2 sources briefed on the Emirati diplomatic effort. When was this? 22 hours ago. They didn't listen. Are highly concerned that the war could spill over to Lebanon or Syria and escalate to a regional conflict. The more places that get involved here, the more likely the U.S. is going to have to get involved. This is not a moment for any party hostile to Israel to exploit these attacks to seek advantage. True. When they said they warned them, what did they Damn, I wonder what the threat is. But Here, really quick. I don't care what Emma Vigeland has to say. Let's find Biden. Biden live. Biden. There he is.
Good afternoon. You know, there are moments in this life, and I mean this literally, when the pure, unadulterated evil is unleashed on this world. The people of Israel lived through one such moment this weekend.
Hold on. Vigilante. I don't know necessarily if that's true. Like, I know that the U.S. is very reticent to put any boots on the ground, but that doesn't mean that we're not willing to fucking, like, go unbelievably ham on these motherfuckers with our Navy and with our Air Force, right? So those are extreme possibilities, especially the more countries that jump in, because the U.S. isn't going to back off of helping Israel. They're not. So it is a legitimate fear. But I would say it only gets more legitimate the more people try to join in, right? So like when it first happened, I didn't think anything was gonna happen. Then missiles start striking from Lebanon, and it's like, oh, well, we're probably going to like send some aircraft carriers, and we did. And now we have strikes coming from Syria, and we don't know if they're from jihadist groups or if they're from the Syrians themselves, right? Which is going to make a massive difference. And so if it's the Syrians themselves, or I mean, either way, we're probably going to up the amount of stuff that we do over there, you know? Light support. Well, here, listen. Right now, Navy and Air Force is all that Israel is going to need from us, right? They just called up and like between the amount of people that volunteered and that they called up from reserves, they added another 300,000 people to their active military. Okay? Like, I don't know if they need any more like boots on the ground, but like our Air Force and Navy is unmatched by literally any other country or any combination of countries in the entire world. Like we are unmatched on those two fronts. But hold on, before we click any more links, let's listen to Biden.
The bloody hands of the terrorist organization Hamas, a group whose stated purpose for being is to kill Jews. This was an act of sheer evil. More than 1,000 civilians slaughtered, not just killed, slaughtered in Israel. Among them, at least 14 American citizens killed. Parents butchered using their bodies to try to protect their children.
By the way, also, some of the most heart-wrenching shit you'll ever see in your life is like people like recordings of people on the phone immediately after, like trying to, or like audio recordings that they'll play on the news because they won't show the fucking video of like parents screaming, not my child, and then like diving over their child and then getting riddled with fucking bullets and the bullets going through both the parent and the child. Like it's just fucking ridiculous.
Turning reports of babies being killed, entire families slain, young people massacred while attending a musical festival to celebrate peace. Women raped, assaulted, paraded as trophies. Families hid their fear for hours and hours, desperately trying to keep their children quiet to avoid drawing attention. And thousands of wounded alive but carrying with them the bullet holes and the shrapnel wounds and the memory of what they endured. You all know these traumas never go away. There's still so many families desperately waiting to hear the fate of their loved ones, not knowing if they're alive or dead or hostages. Infants in their mother's arms, grandparents in wheelchairs, Holocaust survivors abducted and held hostage.
True.
Hostages whom Hamas has now threatened to execute.
Can you imagine, just for a fucking second, you go through, like, most of from what I understand, like, there's a huge number of former Soviet and Eastern Bloc countries that had large exoduses of Jews from their countries to Israel, right? So they have a large, Eastern European, ethnic origin going on in Israel. Can you imagine surviving like the Holodomor and then surviving the Holocaust, and then you're 95 fucking years old, right? You still got the fucking Treblinka fucking tattoo on your arm, and then you, like, you're 95, you're chilling, and then fucking jihadists break into your house and take you into Gaza. Like, holy fucking shit, dude. Is Spectator Index credible? I have not, like, in all the times that I've ever seen them covering anything, I don't think I've ever seen any kind of false news. I think that they get most of their their aggregate news and headlines from places like AP and Reuters, but I could be wrong on that. But I think that they're fairly credible. They might post things that are unconfirmed, but they'll say unconfirmed but possible or some shit like that. Like, I think that Spectator Index is okay. What's going on here? Yeah. Like, I believe it now. Like, we've seen enough sources on it now, but it's not looking good, guys.
In violation of every code of human morality. It's abhorrent. The brutality of Hamas, his bloodthirstiness brings to mind the worst rampages of ISIS. This is terrorism. But sadly, for the Jewish people, it's not new. This attack has brought to the surface painful memories and the scars left by a millennia of anti-Semitism and genocide of the Jewish people. So in this moment, we must be crystal clear. We stand with Israel. We stand with Israel.
I love Israel, Gone.
We will make sure Israel has what it needs to take care of its citizens.
I love Israel,
defend
Gone.
itself and respond to this attack. There's no justification for terrorism. There's no excuse. Hamas does not stand for the Palestinian people's right to dignity and self-determination.
True.
Its stated purpose is the annihilation of the state of Israel and the murder of Jewish people.
Both of those are true. What do you think a Palestinian one-state solution with Hamas at the head looks like? What do you think that looks like? Do you think it looks like LGBT rights, lefties? Do you think it looks like equal rights for women and men? Do you think it looks like a utopia where everyone's working together for common ends? They're a fundamentalist, far-right religious group. What do you think it looks like when Hamas takes over? Wipe out Hamas, then one-state solution? I don't even think. I think that at this point, a one-state solution would be like an actual, maybe not a death sentence, but like a very bad thing for whichever group is not in charge, you know? I feel like Israel's neighbors have learned absolutely nothing from every other war they've fought over the decades, but considering most of it is motivated by religion, they aren't rational actors. I need to know, I know that in the past they were motivated by religion, but I feel like at this point, like even with the Palestinian, cause, I don't feel like the main motivation is Muslim versus Jew, right? it feels like the main motivation behind all of these things is primarily, I feel like it's primarily about the land, you know? Bibi is motivated by religion. Oh, I'm talking about the resistance movement, right? The Palestinian resistance movement, even though they are not Hamas, they still say from the river to the sea, you know?
They use
Fasting.
Palestinian civilians as human shields. Hamas offers nothing but terror and bloodshed with no regard to who pays the price. The loss of innocent life is heartbreaking. Like every nation in the world, Israel has the right to respond, indeed has a duty to
God, I need
respond
that thing that slows them
to
down.
these
Holy
vicious
fuck.
attacks. I just got off the phone with a third call with Prime Minister Netanyahu. And I told him,
They almost called him Bibi.
the United States experience what Israel is experiencing, our response would be swift, decisive, and overwhelming.
Based.
We also discussed how democracies like Israel and the United States are stronger and more secure when we act according to the rule of law.
Based.
Terrorists purposely target civilians, kill them. We uphold the laws of war, the law of war. It matters. There's a difference. Today, Americans across the country are praying for all those families that have been ripped apart. A lot of us know how it feels. It leaves a black hole in your chest when you lose family. Feeling like you're being sucked in. The anger, the pain, the sense of hopelessness. This is what they mean by a human tragedy, an atrocity on an appalling scale. But we're going to continue to stand united, supporting the people of Israel who are suffering unspeakable losses and opposing the hatred and violence of terrorism. My team has been in near constant communication with our Israeli partners and partners all across the region and the world from the moment this crisis began. We're surging additional military assistance, including ammunition and interceptors, to replenish Iron Dome. We're going to make sure that Israel does not run out of these critical assets to defend its cities and its citizens. My administration has consulted closely with Congress throughout this crisis. And when Congress returns, we're going to ask them to take urgent action to fund the national security requirements of our critical partners. This is not about party or politics. This is about the security of our world, the security of the United States of America. We now know that American citizens are among those being held by Hamas. I've directed my team to share intelligence and deploy additional experts from across the United States government to consult with and advise Israeli counterparts on hostage recovery efforts. Because as president, I have no higher priority than the safety of Americans being held hostage around the world. The United States has also enhanced our military force posture in the region to strengthen our deterrence. The Department of Defense has moved the USS Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group to the Eastern Mediterranean and bolstered our fighter aircraft presence. And we stand ready to move in additional assets as needed. Let me say again, to any country, any organization, anyone thinking of taking advantage of this situation,
Syria.
I have one word: don't. Don't. Our hearts may be broken, but our resolve is clear. Yesterday, I also spoke with the leaders of France, Germany, Italy, and UK.
Strong.
To discuss the latest developments with our European
Strong
allies
statements.
and coordinate our united response. This comes on top of days of steady engagement with partners across the region. We're also taking steps at home. In cities across the United States of America, police departments have stepped up. Security around centers of Jewish life. The Department of Homeland Security and the Federal Bureau of Investigation are working closely with state and local law enforcement and
Really quick. Oh shit. Sorry, I haven't been looking at chat at all. I've just been listening and playing. We got one carry group and we got another. Yep. Which is based. Or we're gonna attack al-Assad if Hezbollah gets all uppity. And the Lebanon border is lined with Israeli tanks. Tonight it's over for Hamas. Pentagon and Israel have greenlit a fucking massive operation. Israel will do air and ground operations in Gaza, with the U.S. being in a supportive position of a proximity threat if others jump in. Yep. I've been keeping up with that. I've been keeping up with all of that, and I mean, I think it's the literal least and probably the best thing that we can offer to do. The best thing that we can offer to do right now, even for Israel, is the least, which is putting out a carrier strike group saying, hey, you know what? This is between Hamas and Israel, right? It's like the guy, like when two people are about to get into a fight, right? It's like when two people are about to have a duel and then someone else is on the outside like, listen, it's just between them. If you try to jump in, I'm going to fuck you up. You're going to regret trying to jump in. It's between those two. That's what we're fucking doing over there, right? Is it between Hamas and Israel? If you want to fucking fight, you're going to have to fight me, motherfucker, because they're the ones going at it right now. That's what it is. What fucking game is this? It's called Her Name Was Fire, and it is almost identical to the game that I played 400 hours of on stream, and it takes no brain power to play. I wasn't even that explicit when you timed me out. I don't know, GDX. What did you say that was super unhinged? Oh, you started bringing up fucking trans genocide out of literally fucking nowhere. Nobody asked. Like you just brought it up. And we were talking about fucking Israel-Palestine. That's why I timed you out. You just decided to be, oh, I don't like trans people in the very like middle of us talking about a massive fucking geopolitical event. What are chat rules here? Vibes based on Kick. Vibes based. I'll usually give you guys a warning though. I think this is the most coherent Biden has been in a while. Must have found some extra fetuses to feed him or something. Very true. It's the adrenochrome.
Jewish community partners to identify and disrupt any domestic threat that could emerge in connection with these horrific attacks. This is a moment for the United States to come together, to grieve with those who are mourning.
Damn.
Let's be real clear.
I'm bad, motherfucker. This run.
There is no place for hate in America. Not against Jews, not against Muslims, not against anybody. What we reject is terrorism. We condemn the indiscriminate evil, just as we've always done. That's what America stands for. You know, just over 50 years ago, I was thinking about it this morning, talking to the Secretary of State, the Vice President in my office. Over 50 years ago, as a young senator, I visited Israel for the first time as a newly elected senator. And I had a long, long trip, a meeting with Golda Meir in her office just before the Yom Kippur War. And I guess she could see the consternation on my face as she described what was being faced.
Listen, we are terrorism haters in this channel, okay? If you don't like terrorism, that's great, because I don't like terrorism either. What the only like caveat for me is, if you're going to be like actually fucking hateful, right? Like actually legitimately talking about like wanting to kill those subhuman fucking Palestinians or some shit, then I'm probably either going to time you out, warn you, or ban you, depending on both my mood and how serious you seem about it, and how vicious you are about it. Which is why Mr. Jadiox gets timed out all the fucking time, because he both means it, is very, very, very enthusiastic about his genocidal intentions, right? Good thing he's too fucking stupid to ever get into a position of power that could ever give him the ability to do that, because he absolutely would in a second. See, I'm just going to delete that one because I know you're just trying to trigger me.
They were facing. We walked outside in that sort of hallway outside her office to have some photos. She looked at me all of a sudden and said, "Would you like to have a photograph?" And so I got up and followed her out. We were standing there silent, looking at the press. She could tell, I guess, I was concerned. She leaned over and whispered to me. She said, "Don't worry, Senator Biden. We have a secret rep in here in Israel." My word is what she said. We have no place else to go. We have no place else to go. For 75 years, Israel has stood as the ultimate guarantor of the security of Jewish people around the world, so that the atrocities of the past could never happen again. And let there be no doubt, the United States has Israel's back. We will make sure the Jewish and democratic state of Israel can defend itself today, tomorrow, as we always have. It's as simple as that. These atrocities have been sickening. We're with Israel. Let's make no mistake. Thank you.
Mr. President, what was your reaction?
Oh, is that it? Oh, kill yourself, fucking loser. That was pretty good. Pretty strong, you know? Shapiro was right. Biden doesn't seem 100% behind Israel. What the fuck do you mean? What part of that speech makes him sound like he's not 100% behind Israel? Like, if anything, I was about to say, like, all of the fucking neo-Nazis are going to start talking about, like, how Jews have an outsized influence on American politics, and how, like, I have no idea why the fuck you don't think that he's 100% behind, given that speech right there. Okay, let's see here. Where are we going to next? Damn, I'm a little bit worried that at how one second. Okay. What was the next thing that we were going to go over? Damn, fucking Twitter's going absolutely fucking crazy. Like, it won't load half of the fucking things I try to open. What is this?
Маргарита Симонян у нас на связи. Главный редактор. Так, ребята, мне Маргарита Симонян, покажите, главный редактор. Моя подруга, выдающаяся...
Добрый вечер еще раз.
Телевизион...
Wait, are any of the captions cut off for you guys? Ah, fuck. I have to hide my camera. And I guess I'm hiding the overlay. Okay, let's watch this for just a second.
Маргарита Симонян у нас на связи. Главный редактор. Так, ребята, мне Маргарита Симонян, покажите, главный редактор. Моя подруга, выдающаяся...
Добрый вечер еще раз.
Телевизионный менеджер компании RT. Маргарита Симоновна, скажи мне, пожалуйста. Во-первых, я был счастлив, когда увидел тебя во время встречи с Владимиром Владимировичем. Я был уверен, что ты задашь вопрос, и ты его, конечно, задал.
One second. What is Jadiak saying? Man, if you can't be... Okay, I want to give you 5 minutes, and hopefully you can chill. If you cannot chill, then it will be a day.
Скажи, что думаешь о происходящем? И вообще неделя была знаковой, так что выбираю любое направление.
Хочется только, пользуясь случаем,
5 minutes. You can
привет
handle 5 minutes.
Максимке из Тель-Авива и всем остальным. Это уже возвращаясь к нашей родине, к ценностям нашей родины и к тем, кто нашу родину покинул. К этой тетечке, не помню ее фамилию, бывшему гендиректору Яндекса, которая, уезжая, сказала, что она не может жить в стране, которая воюет со своими соседями. Наша страна ничего подобного тем картинкам, которые мы сейчас видим оттуда, не позволяет себе.
Are you fucking kidding? You bombed the fuck out of Mariupol. Hold on. Let's before and after. Okay, 1 second. We've never done anything like what Israel is doing to Gaza. We've never done anything like Israel is doing to Gaza. We've never done anything like Israel is doing to Gaza. Is that what he... Just mod Samantha here? It's the place that she can be let off leash? I just worry that I'm going to have like too many mods in chat. Right? And wait, was she saying that... 1 second. Never does or did anything similar to the images we're currently seeing from there, Israel. I mean, we can see images from both sides. Like Israel bombing Gaza, we have those images. I'm not going to pull up the images of the fucking civilians slaughtered in like Izium, or what are the other places that there were mass burial sites of like bound and gagged Ukrainians? Like, yes, you did. Also, was it Damascus, or was it oh no, it was what was the name of the city that the libertarian couldn't remember? Do y'all remember in Syria? Grozny. Let's see if there's a Grozny before and after. Never done anything crazy like that. Aleppo. It might be 1L. 1L. Before, after. Before, after. Oh man, but you know, Russia never does anything bad.
Позволяла себе никогда, как ты совершенно справедливо отметил, это не в коде нашего народа, не в коде нашего солдата, и слава богу. И это одна из причин, почему мы, собственно говоря, так любим свою родину. А им хочется сказать, как живется вам, здоровится, можется, поется как.
What does that mean? Do you feel like singing? What the fuck does that mean? I hate them. Yeah, no, I agree, Samantha. I think that it's really fucking weird when people want to paint entire groups as as like evil fucking pieces of shit that all need to be wiped off the fucking face of the earth, you know? That shit's really goddamn disgusting. It's really fucking disgusting. Okay, what else do we have? We saw Biden. Get rid of that. Do we care to watch retarded lefty combo couch? I'm not sure. I don't think we're gonna watch that. Maybe. Bye. Oh, Jason Unruh. Oh, we could watch. Okay, let's watch Unruh, and then I have to run downstairs to pee, and then let me get my camera back on and the overlay back up. By the way, really quick, I see we got 28 people watching on Kick. If you haven't followed already, please consider following. All right. If you need I need to figure out a way to add a bot command to the to Kick Chat, but real quick, I'll go ahead and throw you guys a Discord link so that you guys can jump in there. I want to try and now that I'm probably going to have a little bit more time, I'm probably going to get a little bit more time to like just hang out in my Discord chat, you know. So if you guys want to join the Discord and give me links to stuff, you know, you still have your cam and chat off? No, I do not. Because I can see it on my screen. But please join the Discord. You'll get notifications when I go live, etc., etc. You can give me links in the content suggestions. Look at that. Oh, wow, look. Wait, hold the fuck up. Come here. So you guys can join that. And if you want to help me as a poor man who lost his Twitch revenue that helped him pay rent, please consider subscribing on Kick or using the dono link in YouTube chat. Okay? I would really appreciate that. There, we're good.
So once again, we are looking at another situation where Israel...
How does this guy have 41,000 subscribers? Almost 42,000 subscribers? And his fucking audio is this fucking bad. Yes, I got permabanned on Twitch for being pro-trans, ironically enough.
Israel is crying foul because somebody struck them. I mean, you know, it's that whole thing where Israel is an apartheid state where they have, you know, one entrance and exit for Israelis and one for the Palestinians, like they're some kind of second-class citizen or something, like they're routinely killed or something like that. But somehow Israel is still always the victim. And of course, we've got the usual...
Nobody says that Israel, like, I don't even think that the United States says that Israel is always the victim, or that like every single instance of violence is always instigated by Palestine. I don't think that that's the case. Like, wasn't Obama very against wasn't Obama like our like strongest leader that was like saying, hey, Israel, you have to stop doing all of those fucking, what do you call them, the the settlements? Like, I feel like that was like a big part of Obama's foreign policy towards Israel that pissed them the fuck off. Like, it's not like it's this uniform, like, oh, Israel never does anything bad. I think it's much more like Israel does some things that are bad, but there's, you know, multiple parts to this equation that makes it seem like there might be, you know, a little bit of both sidesism to the conflict, which is absolutely the case, right? Like, for fuck's sake, look at this set of incidences. I don't think I need to run through all of the fucking horrible things that they did, you know? Same thing happened to our boy Destiny. Yeah, I know. It's dog shit. Even if I do get unbanned whenever I decide to go through and get an unban request from Twitch, if I do get unbanned in the unlikely event that I do, then I feel like I'm just never going to stream there. I'm just going to stream to YouTube and Kick, and have Twitch, you know, available so that I can still talk to people. Because that's the biggest thing that I'm missing out on, is the ability to jump on panels about stuff like this that I really want to talk about. There's literally articles like this, how Obama abandoned Israel. Yeah.
Suspects going out onto social media, particularly Twitter, and openly calling for Palestinians to just be slaughtered and killed off as if they were like a vermin or something.
Hey, I have broken the Sabbath in John. Israel should wipe out Gaza. Allow 48 hours to... This is... You know what? I was going to say, I feel like I've only seen one tweet that was saying that. And this is the exact tweet that I was thinking of. It's the exact fucking tweet. This is the only tweet that I've seen of people wholly condemning only Palestinians and like saying wipe out Gaza, Israel doesn't do anything bad or whatever the fuck. I haven't seen any of that, but I've seen a lot of apologia for fucking literal baby murderers, rapists, all sorts of things. I've seen, hold on. Can someone please, do you guys know what post I'm talking about? Can someone please link me the tweet of the guy, or I'm sorry, it was a really fat lady that was like, yeah, if there were indigenous people in the United States that wanted to decolonize and they were, and I had to hide in a basement, yeah, of course I would say that that's a bummer, but they have the right to do it. Like the most cucked shit in the entire world. The most unbelievably cucked things. It's not even like a little bit cucked. It's like the most major cuckening. Like, yeah, I would literally let people kill me because I believe that, grievances from several hundred years ago should be valid. Yeah, total bummer. Like, that's the exact wording of it. You know what? Really quick, I do have, like I said I was going to do it after this video. I don't think I can hold pissing that long, all right? I drank 2 energy drinks before streaming. Believe it or not, energy drinks are diuretics. So, making me have to pee. Do you guys want to watch a motherfucking... Here, watch this. Why? No. Play this one. Okay, watch this for a second. I really just have to pee. You can't say it's not good though. Yep. Let's see here. Classic meme.
So for anyone who hasn't been following the drama between Vosh and I, my last two videos...
12 minutes, 44 seconds. Oh. I know what this is going to be. Hold on. Let's start from 12 minutes, okay? These motherfuckers talk about... These people talk about decolonization and how, oh, well, we're not saying it has to be violent. Like, I would prefer it not be violent, right? But it's up to them. It's up to the indigenous peoples. And then we say, well, shouldn't there be at least like some kind of restrictions on what kinds of things are acceptable and unacceptable? And then remember, she put out this video. She says this. She says what we're about to show. And they still want to say that everyone else is racist or anti-black for saying, hey, it sounds like this person wants to kill white people. It sounds like this person might just want to kill white people.
The question, what did he try to do before he killed them?
I'm not going to answer the question because you literally are proving my point. So there are a lot of people who are saying that I'm genocidal, and I just want to clear up what I mean. What I mean to say is that there is no amount of violence that colonized people can enact towards their colonizers that will ever compare to what colonizers have done to them. That compares to the millions of kidnapped and enslaved people, to the thousands of years of history and way of life that has been wiped out, to the languages that have been lost, to the entire caste system that has been created, to the relocation and murder of millions, to the subjugation of entire nations, and to the subjugation and profit of stolen land. And how dare you compare the removal of those who have colonized stolen land and who have subjugated indigenous people as to being the same as the Holocaust? Colonized people have every right to say you have slaughtered and subjugated us for hundreds of years and you can no longer stay on stolen land. And as Kimberly Jones said this for Black people, I'll say it for all colonized people as well. You should consider yourself lucky that colonized people are looking for equality and not revenge. You have no right to be a part of this conversation. No right. How fucking dare you sit in your gaming chair and paint the real lives of colonized people as a hypothetical towards white genocide? You have no right. No right. And that, not because you think I'm genocidal, is the reason I keep on insisting that we need to shut the fuck up and leave the decisions of decolonization to colonized people.
Remember when she posted that and then people like President Sunday wanted to argue that she was right, that she is that she's correct, and it doesn't mean that that they're endorsing genocide against white people if colonized people desire it. Like, do y'all remember how this is now coming full fucking circle, and the people that like claimed the hardest that it's not what they meant, 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 and then it is directly what they meant, because now they're all on fucking Twitter saying Hamas decapitating babies based. Like, Jesus Christ, it's so fucking transparent. Like, the only good thing that comes out of this whole thing, right? Like, if you want to have like just like a quarter of a second to have a little bit of hopium, is that the online left has completely destroyed every iota of credibility or plausible deniability or anything like that they have of not wanting to like straight up genocide people they say are the bad guys. Or insane if they think Native Americans want to bring back. Yeah, and then also the insinuation, okay? The insinuation that that Native people in any country necessarily are on this bent where they want to kill all of the colonizers it's just like calling them savages. Like, you are literally worse than all of the neolibs that you're arguing with. You're literally worse than all of the neolibs that you're criticizing. It's just so fucking disgusting, dude. Hard to believe this was 2 years ago. I hate to believe that it was 2 years ago. Ugh.
And once again, the social media, and particularly Twitter in this case, is just simply looking the other way. As if, somebody didn't just call for genocide, which is a violation of the terms of service. Like they'd want to do their job or something.
Bro, you can find way more like genocidal speak towards the you can find way more examples of genocidal speech towards Jewish people on the internet right now. What did the tweet say? I couldn't read it. I mean, it was something I disagree with, right? I have broken the Sabbath and Jewish holiday to deliver this message. Israel should wipe out Gaza, allow 48 hours to evacuate women, children, and the elderly, destroy everything that remains, plow it under, and annex it to Israel. This is the end for Hamas and Palestinian terror. Like, obviously, that's not something that I endorse, right? Like, I endorse, telling everyone to get the fuck out, 48 hours, right? But, like, the idea that we're going to just, like, completely tear apart the entire state of Gaza, like, completely, glass the place and then annex it to Israel, obviously, like, that would be bad for Israel. Like, full stop. Even Israel knows this. It would be an international fucking disaster. An international disaster. I saw one for Glass in Gaza that there's some unhinged tweets that well, I haven't seen any from the anti Palestinian side. I've seen a ton from the anti-Israel side. Maybe it's just like the Twitter circles that I'm in, but like, damn, dude. Even when I clicked on the Pray for Israel trending hashtag, whatever. And even there, like, overwhelming support for civilians in both countries or both areas was the name of the game. It seems like the overwhelming majority of people online right now are like, yeah, fuck the Jews. We want to eradicate them. It's just the craziest fucking shit. And it's not like these are all like two follower accounts. These are like things that are getting like hundreds of thousands of upvotes on Reddit, and hundreds of or like tens of thousands of likes or hundreds of thousands of likes on Twitter. Like, these are not outliers in the way that people want to like pretend that they are, right? The fucking like organizations all over what do you call it? All over the US, right? Like student orgs at colleges and shit are all like outright praising Hamas for like doing anti-colonial action. It's just disgusting. They can't get out of Gaza, though. That's why people defending these attacks in the name of Palestine are so fucking awful. Hamas is going to get more Palestinians killed than yeah. Like, to be ultra clear, I feel like I've seen a lot of conflicting information about I've seen a lot of conflicting information about what the actual statements from Netanyahu were, like leave now, right? And people are like, well, they literally can't leave. You guys won't let them, right? Like, where will they go? But the more accurate translation, at least from what I understand, is like he's saying, leave the areas where Hamas is operating so that we don't like accidentally bomb you, because we're going to be bombing the fuck out of this area. And like, we're not going to be nice about it. We're going to be like ultra fucking mean. We're going to be ultra angry, ultra instinct Goku, fucking blowing this motherfucker up because fuck Hamas. That's what I've been seeing as like the more accurate translation. But America First 2024. Oh, I'm sorry, because only a few accounts are challenging those calling for genocide. Hamas can be defeated without turning Gaza into glass. It's disgusting. This has to be said. Thank you for speaking up. Well, we must run in different Twitter circles then. The overwhelming majority of like both what I've heard other people seeing and what I have seen is all like hyper, like we're going to kill all the or all the Israelis from the river to the sea, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? Like that's what I've seen. But of course, media bubbles exist. So I don't think that anyone's going to know in any reasonable amount of time when I don't know if we will ever know what the majority like support for one side or the other is until like this is well over, you know?
You know, like they'd want to do their job or something.
Well, 1 second.
And of course, you've got the U.S. president, the president of the EU, and all the usual imperialist swine coming in and talking about how
imperialist swine. I am very smart.
I can't believe how much they're suffering right now because somebody dared strike them back for the routine genocide that they carry out on a daily basis. And it's nuts. And the same thing. You sit there and you watch these people on social media and they act like Israel never did anything wrong, and
nobody
a lot of them being
acts
liberals.
like that.
And it's kind of really funny watching liberals, you know, try to do the mental gymnastics to make out Israel to be the victim in all these cases. And really, the only way you can do that is if you just
again, like I said yesterday, like something that people need to be more aware of is how to identify who are and are not acceptable targets, right? Like there are acceptable military targets that I don't think as many people would be that upset about if Hamas attacked them, right? Like if Hamas attacked military installations or governmental installations, right? I don't think that there would be nearly as many people upset at the Hamas attack, but they didn't. They attacked non-combatants, specifically like kidnapped women and children. Like they have, I think like of all of the images that people have collected of people who have been kidnapped, I think the overwhelming majority have been young women, old people, and children. Like that's why everyone's mad. You should ask Lonerbach to chat about this. He's super knowledgeable. Yeah, I did, but then as soon as I got into the call with him, like I mind blanked. I could not think of the questions I wanted to ask him. So, oh well. I got a couple of answers out of him, but he like that's why I kind of came to this position that like it feels like this is a lot more simple than people make it out to be. People make this conflict, not just this specific instance, but this conflict out to be ultra difficult to understand, ultra complicated and shit like that. But the reality is that it's really not that difficult to understand, because if I, a layman who has barely looked into any of this, right? Like I know enough to like get by in a regular conversation, but I don't know like specific incidences or policies that the IDF has done or that like the Hamas has done. But like if I can go into a conversation with Lonerbox and I'm having trouble asking questions that I don't get the expected answer out of, right? Like I have a notion already of what I think is the answer, but I'm asking someone who I would consider a like semi-expert on the topic, at least insofar as like Twitch politics, YouTube politics goes, right? And they're not even giving me a different answer to what the conclusion that I came to reading like 12 articles one time. Like, yeah, it seems like this is probably a lot more easy to understand than people make it out to be. It's not this like omega difficult, hardcore, we have to go back fucking centuries to understand. You really don't, right? Really, all you need to know is, oh, did I win? Oh, cool. Yay. I got the achievement that I was trying to get. What's the next achievement that we're going to get? We're completing an entire run without redrawing a card. Cool. This tweet. Gaza turned to glass, sponsored by the incompetent leadership of the United States of America. What are you talking about? I didn't realize that we were literally in control of both Gaza and Israel. Like, what the fuck are we supposed to do? We can't control the entire world. And if we try to, then everyone gets fucking mad at us. What do you want? Well, no more U.S. imperialism. No more U.S. imperialism. We don't want to see the U.S. go out and we don't want to see the U.S. go out and insert themselves into being the world police. Okay. Why would America allow this to happen? Okay, like, fuck off.
Completely forget everything Israel's done for the last 75 years.
Wait, this isn't what I wanted.
And a free Palestine. Whoops, I don't want to get
Fire orb.
Arrested for hate speech for saying and a free Palestine, because that's the thing that's going around right now. So, basically, Hamas carried out basically a really significant attack against the people that are oppressing them. And, the violence of the oppressor is, well, non-existent in the eyes of many of these, commentators, because Israel good, brown people bad. Well, I mean Israel good, but they're kind of all white anyway. With their tendency to only let the white Ashkenazis become citizens, and the black ones they have a history of having forced sterilizations of. Not that.
Wait, hold on. When did Ashkenazi Jews become white? Does anybody know? Like, this is fucking news to me. I didn't know that Ashkenazi Jews were considered white. By who? Certainly not by the fucking Nazis. They really don't consider them white. Damn. I almost have to get this one because this one's so overpowered later on, but everyone I don't like is white. Sondsol. True. I'm not white, I'm Jewish. Right. I just don't understand, when the fuck we decided that Ashkenazi Jews are white.
Context actually, ever makes its way into the media when they're talking about the human rights situation.
If you look at the bottom left-hand corner, there's a skull with a mohawk. Imagine a very fat guy with that mohawk. That's who made this. Guy named Jason Unruh, who recently was part of the big CPUSA split. It's like when Professor Flowers called him white. Yeah, or like when Joe Lewis called the Asian guy white. Yeah.
In Israel, Palestine, that's another one of those things that the usually very smug, self-righteous liberals tend to forget. Oh, don't even talk about conservatives. The conservatives are much, much, much worse. But the conservatives don't have the same kind of self-righteousness when it comes to these situations. But it is interesting to watch them go out into social media and say, this is why we need to secure the border. This is why we need to have strong borders.
Yeah, that's just retarded.
Yeah, because that's totally comparable to the border with Mexico. The two basically couldn't be any different. Right?
They have a border involved.
It's
Checkmate,
idiotic.
commie.
And just to let you know that what occurred between Israel and Palestine right now is one of the most secure borders in the entire world.
That's true.
I don't see how using this as an example would prove your point. It's kind of doing the opposite. But you know, God help them. A lot of conservatives, that they're really trying, but it's not coming out very well. But this is very interesting because this was very much an unprecedented attack. It was very different from the ones that have been done in the past. So once again, we are looking at another situation where Israel is crying foul because somebody struck them. I mean,
I'm sorry. The fucking downplaying of this shit is just so fucking gross. Like, again, remember, like, yes, they're calling foul. Remember what happened, though. Remember what the event was. Don't fucking say they're calling foul because someone struck them, right? Because Hamas strikes them on a fairly consistent basis. That's why they had to invent the fucking Iron Dome. That's why they needed that shit, right? Because they were constantly getting struck by Hamas. So, yes, they're crying foul, but right now is different. Why? Because they killed like 1,000 people in one day, systematically going door to door, breaking open like civilian safe rooms, slaughtering entire fucking families, going to this fucking rave outside of Gaza, right? Slaughtering people as they tried to run away, right? Raped women while they were laying next to their dead friends, like all well documented. I feel like there's a little bit of a different character to what's going on right now. SEL tried to say lefties celebrating the good things like fences being torn down, and that a lot of lefties don't know about the bad things beforehand, even though the bad stuff. Bro, SEL tried to say lefties were celebrating the good things like fences being torn down, and that a lot of lefties don't know about the bad things beforehand, even though the bad stuff was trending first. Oh. I've lost an unbelievable amount of respect for SDL's takes on a lot of things in the past year. Like, I used to see him and Loaderbox as the last two, like, they're just good lefties. These are the last two good lefties, right? Openly socialist, still have good takes on things, you know? Maybe every once in a while there's like a soy out, but like, I can forgive the occasional soy out because who doesn't do that? But like, SDL's like calculated, knowledgeable takes on things where he takes the most dog shit retarded opinions possible, like that shit's just like increased so much over the past year. I don't know what the fuck happened to him, but like it's like genuinely disappointing. And this is like coming from someone who I like SDL as a person. Like, I've met him in person. Like, he's really fun to be around. He's a cool dude, right? And I think he's a good person. But like these political takes, I don't know where the fuck they're coming from, but it's very different than the SDL that I met back in fucking 2021 or whatever. I never got your respect for SDL. Well, I don't remember any like super crazy takes that he had beforehand, you know?
You know, it's that whole thing where Israel is an apartheid state where they have, you know, one entrance and exit for Israelis and one for the Palestinians, like they're some kind of second-class citizen or something, like they're routinely killed or something like that. But somehow Israel is still always the victim. And of course, we've got the usual suspects going out onto social media, particularly Twitter, and openly calling for Palestinians to just be slaughtered and killed off as if they were like a vermin or something. And once again, the social media and particularly Twitter in this case, is just simply looking the other way. As if, somebody didn't just call for genocide, which is a violation of the terms of service. Like they didn't want to do their job or something.
Twitter has gotten a lot more racist since
And of
Elon
course,
took over.
got
Has
the
anyone
US
else noticed
president,
that?
the president of the EU, and all the usual imperialist swine coming in and talking about how all the poor Israelis, I can't believe how much.
Oh, he's just padding the video by replaying it? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I was about to say, he's like just repeating the same things that he said earlier. Okay, 1 second. Which one of these things from... Let's see. Just looking at the content suggestions that you guys sent. How the media... Oh, shit. Fuck me. I thought I paused the game. Oh, God, Hassan.
PA authority refutes BBC journalist. Oh, yeah, here. This was good, too. This is why we refuse a condemnation paradigm repeated by mainstream media for decades, including BBC News last night. Here, let's take a look at what he said.
When you first heard what Hamas had done, what went through your head?
Regret that the international community.
I had a whole talk with my girlfriend explain this because she only ever heard mainstream news saying Hamas is evil. I mean, yes, Hamas are not good people, okay? Like, I can't speak to the government authorities, but yes, Hamas is a fundamentalist Islamist group, okay? They are a cutout of the Muslim Brotherhood. It's not like they are good people at all.
Where did I find the Hassan in a turban pic? I have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Maybe message Antenna Cactus. I feel like she's like more on that train. But I didn't post anything like that,
But if given any kind of opportunity, I don't think the people of Palestine would say that they choose to be that they choose Hamas for their own liberators. It is just who they have.
I think their approval rating is like literally at 50%. Like, yeah, but we understand there's a difference between like lying and saying that Palestinians don't support it and saying we understand why Palestinians might support Hamas even if they're a group of bad people. All right, pretty easy to do. Right, in the same way that now there might be a lot more people that are Netanyahu supporters in Israel, even though there were a lot of protests all year this year against Netanyahu. Do you like Israel? Fuck Israel, okay, and free Palestine? Okay, well, do you want my opinion, or are you like informing me what I have to say? Like, yeah, fuck the government of Israel. It's absolutely abhorrent the way that Palestinians have been like subjugated, all the fucking horrible things that Israel is documented to have done to them. And fuck Hamas, because Hamas is a literal terrorist organization that went around and slaughtered people in their beds and in their safe houses. I need to stay the fuck away from the hat. If I stay away from the hat, I don't get stabbed by the sword. That's how video games work.
They have left. It's all the Palestinians have. Do you think the violence the ANC committed in the fight against apartheid was the problem, or do you think apartheid?
Do I believe in a two-state solution? I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's a good answer. It doesn't seem like there's anything that both groups are going to say, yeah, we'll agree to that. Seems like both groups are going full maximalist mode. The best solution that I think we could do is probably a two-state solution. Israel has to pull back all of their fucking they got to pull back all of their settlements, or at least any of them that were created after like a certain time, the newer ones, just to decrease the tensions, and then have a strong commitment to not making any more new settlements or trying to resettle those areas. They got to stay the fuck out of the West Bank. They got to allow Gaza to conduct its own free trade. What else? Israel needs to just donkey stomp Hamas, which I think I think everyone in here agrees that that's probably what is going to happen. Hamas is about to get donkey stomped because they just pulled an additional 300,000 people out of reserves to do this. A good chunk of those people, I don't know exactly what percentage, but a good chunk of those people that they pulled out of their army reserves are fucking volunteers, because everyone, this is like, if you like take into account like population proportionality, this is like if 9/11 killed 40,000 people in New York, right? Like, Israel is a much smaller country than the United States. It was 3,600 something in 9/11 that died. This would be like if that happened, but it was 40,000 people, right? It's just like the amount of people that died proportional to the population is just insane. And yeah, so the violence needs to stop on both ends. Yes. And Israel needs to pull out of its settlements. Most of the actions that need to be taken are on Israel's side, to be like ultra clear. Like, they need to, like I said, the settlements, they need to reduce the amount of restrictions on like trade into and out of Gaza, shit like that, right? And then just try to fucking ignore each other, even though you're bordering each other. Just try to fucking ignore each other. Stop occupying them, and then hopefully after a while it will, after a couple of decades or more, they can attempt some sort of normalization of relations. But as it stands right now, like, a one-state solution is just going to be a death sentence. It'll be a death sentence, genocide sentence, to whichever side is not the ones in control. The other side will absolutely treat the other side inhumanely, right? Anyone that wanted to pretend like a government run by Palestinians, which, must reiterate, do support Hamas by at least 50% of the population of Palestinians, do support the terrorist group, right? They'd likely elect people that are up on that, You do realize that a two-state solution at this point is a concession to Hamas, and that won't happen? Oh, I'm not saying that this happens immediately. I'm saying first, Israel gets to, donkey stomp the fuck out of Hamas, right? They're going to have 360,000 extra troops, in addition to like their 150,000 active on the ground troops at any given time. And then after Hamas is all taken care of, then, now we're even. All right. Let's make this stop happening in the future. That's probably the only realistic end state here. I do not see a one-state solution ending, or number one, I don't see a one-state solution happening, right? I feel like it would piss off all the other people in the region, and then everyone would attack Israel, and then it would be a whole fucking thing. And I don't think Israel thinks that's going to happen, Hey, it's sourcing support. What? Oh, hey. I had to scroll up. This idea that Israel is the evil actor here kind of ignores the reality of what Israel could do if they were really what people make them out to be. True. Fucking true. If Israel wanted to, this is why I don't believe all these fucking claims that they are just like evil baby killers that want to go around and murder as many fucking Palestinians as possible. Like, yeah, there's definitely things that Israel does that are bad, but like the intentionality behind these things and the like targeted nature from up top to do these like bad actions, I just don't think are there. There's a completely different nature to it, right? Like between an occupation and a deliberate terrorist attack on civilians by a terrorist group, right? Like, if Israel wanted to, if they actually were as evil as people said that they are, they would just fucking, they would have glassed Gaza decades ago. Let me read the second half of this. This attack gives Israel a reasonable justification to go in and destroy Palestine. Any restraint we see is evidence that one side is unhinged and it isn't Israel. True. No one is going to attack Israel. My brother in Christ. Oh, wait, where is the article? Syria is literally shelling Israel right now. Like, there's mortar fire and artillery fire from Syria into Israel. Someone is attacking Israel besides Hamas. Yeah, I agree. They've shown a lot of restraint. Well, I guess we're gonna have to see if they show restraint after all that's happened here. About the percent of Palestinians supporting Hamas, there is no real political opposition to Hamas for a number of reasons, including Hamas terrorizing their own people. Well, I asked Lonerbox, and he was telling me that it's about half of all people in the West Bank, and there's an even higher proportion of support in the Gaza Strip that support Hamas. Maybe not to the full extent of everything that they do, but they do support Hamas because at least they're like trying to do something. 1 second. There is only one state solution that's going to happen. Israel is going to take over the entire Gaza area. They will push out Hamas and be rid of them. Then they will then restructure or then structure Palestinians into having a self-government that they can actually communicate with and help. Inshallah. That might listen, I'm not a fucking geopolitical expert. Like, that sounds based, but it will piss off the Palestinians. It'll piss off other Arab nations that are still heavily anti-Israel, that aren't trying to normalize relations, like Saudi Arabia or Qatar. Like, yeah. I mean, unless Saudi Arabia and Qatar and Jordan and Lebanon all support that, I could see like a step backwards in progress on all of these normalizing relations talks. Shelling is low effort garbage. They want to launch an attack to save Gaza. Well, I hope you're right.
Was the problem. That's it. Do you think the worst issue is violence committed in the emancipatory struggle against apartheid or the apartheid? Which one is more violent?
You are missing something. Again, people want to boil it, like, they want to make everything super complicated when it suits them, and they want to make everything super simple when it suits them, right? Right here, he's simplifying it, right? It's not just like anti-apartheid, violent action. There are good ways to go about doing that, and there are bad ways to go about doing that, right? A good way to go about doing that might be attacking military installations, attacking governmental installations, something like that, while advocating peacefully with your main political group for some kind of change. That's probably like the best possible thing that you can do. Why? Because if you attack civilians, you're going to turn the civilians against you, right? And they have, the voting power. They have, they're all part of the fucking military. If everyone on the other side hates you because you're fucking shelling them, you're fucking shooting missiles at them, you're bombing buses, right? You're attacking all of the, their friends and family. They don't know if they're going to be the next one stabbed while sitting at the fucking bus stop. Like, you're going to make them fucking hate you. Right? And that's kind of what Hamas wants, right? They want there to be this massive fucking rift between Israelis and Palestinians, because they want everyone in the world to look at them as the, just like utterly subjugated people, right? So how do they do that? Well, they got to make the Israelis hate them even more, right? They don't want Israel to have talks with Saudi Arabia and Qatar and all these other places, because they might normalize relations, and that would be bad for them, because if all these other nations are friendly with Israel, then they're not going to They're not going to be as keen to attack Israel, to take away all the land and give it to the Palestinians. Well, how do you do that? Well, you make Israel attack you so that you can get the, get the bag, get the entire fucking landmass. Would you say Palestinians supporting Hamas are similar to Ukrainian nationalists who sided with the Nazis? One second. Or people who support Azov like they like them for defending them. Obviously, Hamas is counterproductive. Not saying it's one-to-one, only talking about reasoning for support. Yeah, I don't know about Kosovo. Yeah, like people who feel like there are no other options or that like peaceful options aren't helping them, right? They might not agree with 100% of all of the actions or 100% of the, platform that the extremists use, right? But at least they're like doing something, right? I mean, you can see like to a much tamer extent, obviously. I'm not saying that Trump is in any way similar to ISIS or Hamas, right? But like, you can see this in a lot of Trump supporters, especially early on when he was president, right? Like, I don't like him. I think he's a real bastard. I don't even know if he's going to be a good president, but damn, at least he's going to be better than Hillary. At least he's going to do something about the economy, Like you can see these same kind of sentiments even in America. It's just going to be at a much lower level, and there's going to be a lot more civility expected. Even though I guess Trump isn't the most civil guy in the entire world.
Which one? Doesn't matter. I condemn violence whichever way it comes from. Well, then, yeah, you are condemning. If you are standing in a neutral position against horrific, historic amounts of violence, like the continuation of an apartheid state, then you are siding with the apartheid state. Like taking a...
You don't have to be neutral to say both sides are doing bad things. That's not neutrality. That's recognizing the reality in front of us. Both sides are doing bad things. This is a fact. Both sides have done bad things. Both sides are doing bad things, right? That doesn't mean that we ever justify attacking civilians, slaughtering them in their beds. Can I not post links? We don't know. We've if you need to, please join the Discord and post it in the content suggestions. I'm trying to grow the Discord community, so if you haven't joined the Discord, please consider joining the Discord. But yeah, for some reason, some people can and some people cannot post links. I do not know why. I could not tell you why. But I have the content suggestions open on my other screen over here. So, ArabNews.com. Okay. Well, I'll have to... Maybe it only lets people who verify their accounts. Maybe that's it. This is a long read, but I will definitely look... Oh, there's a lot of graphs in here. Maybe we'll look at this here in a minute. Oh, support for Hamas is on page 12. Let's see here. Do you think the current Palestinian leadership is capable of successfully negotiating a peace deal with Israel? No. Yes. Perceived lack of trust in their leadership was coupled with a lack of affiliation with a specific faction for 63% of respondents who could not see themselves being represented by Fatah or Hamas. Okay, this is very different from what I've heard from other people. Trust the current leadership to successfully negotiate a peace deal with Israel. You know what? I would be really, really interested to see this one, number 9, split up by West Bank and Gaza. Because this is really, I've never seen a number that low. But, okay, let's keep listening to Hassan. I haven't read the whole thing yet. Well, maybe we'll do that on stream here in a minute.
A centrist position in that regard is saying that's great. No, apartheid is good and it should continue.
Regret that this was allowed to fester.
You are either pro the rape and murder of multiple civilians, including women, children, and families in their beds while they sleep, or you are you either support that or you support apartheid. Well, in that case, I choose neither. But fortunately for me, and fortunately for the situation, things are a little bit more complex than that, right, Hassan? Right, Hassan? Right? Maybe things are a little bit more gray in that area. Maybe we can find some real solutions if we accept that there are bad actions on both sides. Fucking loser. Fake news propagandist. I don't watch a lot of Hassan, okay? So I can't say if he's a fake news because he's not saying anything that's fake right now. What he's doing is he's presenting a false dichotomy. He's just like saying that you are either pro rape or pro apartheid. Choose one. Choose your evil. And he's choosing pro rape. I know 9/11 was a generation ago, but people need to look back and think about how people in the U.S. responded. Bringing up peace right now is retarded. We should just pray that Israel doesn't glass Palestine. True. Fucking true. Like, my dad is, he's probably further left than me, right? He was a pastor. He's very caring for the poor and the weak, you know. And he after 9/11 was like sitting there watching the news like, can't wait for these motherfuckers to get bombed. We're going to glass the entire Middle East, motherfuckers. Like, and I don't even know if my dad had ever been to New York at that point, you know? Like, it was just like an unbelievable event in history, right? That for a nation like ours, that we don't get attacked like that, you know? There's 2 times we've been attacked like that, and the opposing team did not have a good time afterwards, right? We've got Japan, you know, Pearl Harbor. There was a whole movie made about the guy who invented the technology that made us win that one. And then we have, you know, 9/11, and we went in and we fucked not just one country, like 8 countries where these motherfuckers were hiding. We kind of did glass the Middle East a little bit, but that's not to say that what we did was good, obviously, right? And it would not be good. It would be a absolute fucking catastrophe on so many fronts, including for Israel if they just glassed Gaza, right? So that's why I don't think that they're going to do that. But it could be really bad. You know, there are levels of bad, and a full on just like eradication of an entire, you know, 10-mile by 5-mile strip of land. That's just like the worst case scenario. There are other ones that are really bad.
For decades. Regret that there is attention now in the BBC and all over the world only because blood has been spilled. I only hope that, or I wish, we did not get to this moment.
So you listed a number of things you regret there. Do you regret the loss of innocent life in Israel?
This is a fucking insane take, by the way. An absolute insane take. Every single fucking time they bring anyone who is like pro-Palestine or Palestinian, they only bring him there specifically to be like, condemn the violence, condemn the violence, condemn the violence, condemn the violence, condemn the violence of the Palestinians.
Is that not a good thing? Like, I feel like if I was interviewing someone who is a peace advocate in a war-torn country, right, and there were people ostensibly on the same side as them, right, but they wanted to make themselves, you know, clear that they were advocating for peace, right? I feel like asking them, just to be clear, as a, you know, as the opposition group here, you are opposed to the violence that we see going on. Oh, absolutely. I condemn the, you know, the blatant targeting of civilians. I understand why it's happening, and I think everyone who knows anything about the situation understands why it's happening. But that doesn't justify the random targeting of civilians, right? Like, I feel like that's a PR dream for peace advocates who are trying to get their message out to people abroad. Like, do you want to bring on someone who is a bloodthirsty fucking like masochist who wants to like perpetuate war and murder and rape and decapitating children as the reports are coming in about? Like, come the fuck on. Yeah, I understand that sourcing support. Like, I know it's just about it's about like, oh well, America is bad. You know, like I could even go a little bit further if we wanted to like dissect the Marxist roots of things like we did yesterday, talk about like critical theory. We look at the oppressed and the oppressors, and it seems like these people are always on the side of the oppressed. And they give carte blanche to do whatever actions they want to the oppressed as long as they are fighting against the oppressor, which any sane fucking person would say, hey, you know what? There are like even situations where I can understand the violence. I can understand the violence. Yeah, like absolutely. Like if you're being genocided and you want to enact violence against the state to stop getting genocided, you have full rights to do that, right? But notice the key thing there, right? The key thing there is as long as you're attacking state entities or something like that, violence against the state, right? Choosing to attack only combatants makes your side look better. And I'm sure Hamas knows that, which is why they targeted non-combatants. They don't want to look, they don't want there to be a peaceful resolution with a two-state solution. They are maximalists. They want everyone, they want to provoke Israel into the most heinous fucking response possible so that they can come out on the other side looking like beaten, battered fucking, dogs, so that other people intervene and destroy the state of Israel, so that Iran will intervene, so that Syria will intervene, so that Lebanon will intervene and crush Israel. Like that's seemingly what their goals are. One second, I need to pause. Is that they're not always on the side of the oppressed? See Ukraine. Well, I'm giving like the basic outline for things. Obviously, there are outliers, but I could even I could give a take where they say that Ukraine is the oppressor, right? Because the oppressor here isn't actually just Ukraine. It is who? It is the West. The West is the oppressor, and Russia is the oppressed. They keep on encroaching on them. Well, there's a lot of gambling going on right now, Africa fan, okay? There's a lot of gambling. The first gamble was, well, we see Israel is normalizing relations with other Middle Eastern countries, right? That's not good for us, because if they are, friendly, or they have normalized relations with all of these other places, then that means that those other places are never going to fight for our one state Palestinian solution. So that's gamble number one. We're going to attack them and get everyone to condemn them. And then we're going to, so first we're going to do that. Then we're going to get everyone to see Israel as the bad guy. And then maybe we can drag Iran and Lebanon into it, like we've seen them try to do over the past couple of days, right? If you look at the Wall Street Journal, there was at least one person from Hamas that was a high-ranking official that said that Iran helped us plan the whole thing. And then Iran comes out like a couple of hours later like, hey, listen, we give these motherfuckers money. We did not organize this one. All right. Like we do. Listen, we give those motherfuckers money. We give those motherfuckers missiles. We didn't organize it. Okay. Like that's not us. And then they're like, yeah, you did. They're just trying to drag anyone and everyone they can into it, you know? I understand this. FJB and his puppet master Obama. FJB? Who's FJ? Fascist Joe Biden and his puppet master Obama funded Iran Hamas. They're both anti-Israel and American communists. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't tell if you're memeing or not. F Joe Biden. Listen, we're Biden supporters over here, but we can come together on this particular issue. All right, my brother in arms. Listen, in this instant, compared to the people on Twitter, I am a conservative, just like you. You're forgetting who you're reacting to?
This is so insane.
Oh.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
We're there to partner with them. We're not there doing our own thing. We're there partnering and training
in a video
and
game.
Equipping and enhancing their capabilities. So that's part of what we're doing. And the other part is just knowledge. We want to know what's happening.
Like we fucking totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit. We did.
Now, really quick, what did we do in the Middle East before 9/11 that brought it on ourselves? I actually, I think I probably know more than the average American about Middle Eastern, history and America's intervening over there, right? But outside of our support of Israel and us helping with what were they called? Mujahideen, right? You back FJB, really? do we have to call him FJB? Just call him Biden? But yeah, I do. If you stick around, eventually you'll probably hear why. But I'm pretty reasonable. I'm not gonna sit here and say that everything is perfect. I'm not gonna say that there are no missteps or anything like that. But I think given alternative both Democrats and Republicans, I would say he's probably in. There's just a very shallow bench that we have for possible leaders going forward. You know what I'm saying? There's just the shallowest of fucking benches, which is depressing. Okay, but now I know you're an asshole. Okay, bye bye. We created some of the problem in the Cold War, but what we did pre 9/11 was a small fraction of the destruction we did after. Yeah. Also, I mean, if you're so triggered at the fact that I have a political difference with you, at least he was respectful, right? At least he wasn't a lefty that calls me a Nazi before leaving or some shit like that. I can deal with asshole. But yeah, I don't the most destruction that I know of that we did in the Middle East prior to 9/11 was a totally justified war with Iraq where we just decimated them in 3 days, you know?
Palestinians condemned the violence.
Yeah, exactly. We went in there and we donkey stomped them, and then we fucked off. We didn't even depose them at that point.
The Palestinians. I have never seen in all of my life bringing up an Israeli politician, okay, onto Western media, sitting their fucking ass down and going, do you fucking condone your snipers shooting children? Never. That has never happened. And it will never happen.
Because the answer is obvious that they don't. Because we don't have literal terrorist organizations intentionally shooting civilians. And in the cases of people who do that, they're very often fucking court-martialed. We have very, very specific rules of engagement that if not followed, lead to you being discharged from the army or convicted of a crime. Which one of these do I want? I probably want that. Yeah, Desert Storm was the most open and shut fucking military operation of all human history, I feel like. Also, last time I checked, Hassan condemned these actions. Which actions?
Happen. It is so infantilizing. It's so disgusting. It's so infuriating. And Palestinians and Palestinian supporters have to fucking sit there and take it, even though they know that this is a contentious circumstance.
Yeah, the fact that it's a contentious circumstance is why people ask them, do you support the actual fucking crazy violence going on right now? That's why. Because people, this is why I would think it's a good thing to ask if it's like if you're like allegedly a peaceful advocate, right? Like we see that there's a lot of violence coming from like some people who are trying to vie for the same goals as you, right? Just to be clear for our audience, can you do you condemn this violence? Yes. Cool. Yeah, the reason I condemn this violence is because I don't think that the targeting of these civilians is good. And the problem with these violent actions is not only is it morally reprehensible, but also it makes the entire cause look bad. Right? When there are legitimate human rights violations going on from Israel towards Palestinians, it is important that we show that we do support peace. We do support, nonviolent action. That we do want what is best for all involved. Right? All we want is just the cessation of occupation in our lands. Like, that would go over so much better with 90% of the world. There's going to be 10%, 5% of fucking crazy people on their side. They're like, no, fuck them. We want to kill all the Jews. And then 5% of people on the other side, they're like, no, fuck that. Israel needs to hold on to the Holy Land for, under no uncertain circumstances, Like, there's going to be crazy people, but we don't want to embolden our enemies. That's why I keep on saying little bits. That's why I keep on saying we should totally let them go in and destroy, absolutely fucking destroy Hamas, right? Hamas needs to go. So Israel just got, I think they now have something in the ballpark of like nearly 500,000 active duty soldiers that they've called up, right? They had like 150,000 before, and then 350,000 around that, both volunteered to come back into active service and were drafted back into service. So like they got 500,000 dudes going into like a 10-mile strip of land that is not going to support 500,000 fucking combatants, Yeah, thank you, Gas.
You want to know why? Because this is the only opportunity someone like him will have to have his voice be fucking heard.
Yes, and you want the one Palestinian that's going to have their voice heard say, yeah, obviously the rape and murder of children and women and fucking grandmas at bus stops is absolutely abhorrent, and it needs to stop. And the only way for us to stop this is through peaceful means, for us to all come together at the fucking, at the negotiation table and agree on some settlement where we can all walk away either happy or just as mad as the other person at the, that's usually how negotiations go. Everyone's a little bit pissed off at the end of it. So Wick Israel panel? Wait, is that happening right now? No answer. Yeah, I'm pausing a whole bunch, but I feel very talkative today. I feel like I have a lot to say.
Every loss of life
Isn't that like a good thing that I'm not just sitting here stealing content?
is regrettable, of course, and tragic. Absolutely. The question is, how do we stop this?
By the way, sorry. No, but actually, by the way, if you're watching on Kick and you haven't followed yet, please follow, right? If one of the Discord mods can make an invite link to the Discord and post it in Kick chat, I would really appreciate that. Please join the the Discord so that you can post links, because I know not everyone for some reason is able to post links on Kick. I know that no one is able to on YouTube chat. So join the Discord, and then you can give me stuff to watch if you think that it would be helpful or good content. And you can, on days that I do like call-ins like I did the other day, you can jump in and tell me that I'm a retard.
This. How do we provide an alternative path? How do we learn the lessons and the mistakes of the past? How do we treat the Palestinian people after 100 years of suffering equally to all other nations? How do we stop this demise into the mayhem that you have described? Do not underestimate people's will and desire for freedom, to end occupation and captivity. This isn't about the loss.
I don't know how this is freeing themselves. Yeah, but
I want to watch Wick's thing
so
for a minute.
It's difficult because if you zoom out, right? This is just another escalation in what's been going on. And
Philly, I have a question.
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
I'm not educated on this issue, but do you know off the top of your head the last time Palestine called for a peaceful negotiation between Israel and itself?
A real one? No.
Okay, I have not heard of anything either. So I think it is.
They're having calls to talk. Look, to fact check you guys, like there. Look,
fact check
in
your
2020,
panelists.
2021.
Let's go, Wick.
IDF had a line to Hamas. They would communicate. There was open lines of communication. Right. There was discussion. They had the war in 2014, or the conflict in 2014. There was the Oslo Accords back in the 90s that got sunk, unfortunately. There was a unilateral withdrawal in 2006.
How did the Oslo Accords get sunk?
There was I'm not educated enough on the specifics of that event.
Okay. I'm trying to quiz you.
I understand, but that was you were just asking when was the times that they've discussed peace. That was the time they've discussed peace. I know it was vetoed, kind of. That's a silly way to say it, but there was monstrous attacks. But let me just ask, I guess. Because you said we can put this in context, and I want to go back to that for a moment. Give me a context, a hypothetical context, right, that you would say that gunning down 260 people at a rave would be okay, justified.
Never.
Okay, it's easy. It's easy. That's what Hamas did. That's one of the things they did. They came in, hang glided in to the rave, and they gunned down over 260 people.
Yes.
And took a bunch captive.
Yes.
No,
Hamas,
that's all you have to say. No justification. Yeah. It was bad. But it's so hard for people to say that for some reason. Not you, but others. There have been others who struggle, and it makes me I don't think it's unfair to ask why.
Okay, here's why.
Yeah, totally content, Vince.
Leftists, a lot of people on the left have been screaming at the top of their lungs for what seems like as long as
I agree. Sourcing support. We talked a little bit about that earlier too.
To be freed, whatever that means or looks like.
I think that Twitch politics is pretty representative of how most people approach politics.
Sort of warmed up.
Lots of gut feelings and post hoc rationalizations.
Acceptance rates, the way people feel about Israelis, the way people feel about Palestinians. You can look at it in the U.S. and you can look at it in the world. So people are starting to care less and less and less and less and less about Palestine. And then the reality is Israel is getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. They have, a decades-long plan of how they plan to literally eradicate the Palestinian people. So it's like.
And Hamas has in their charter that they want to eradicate all Jews.
I don't want to put words in your mouth. But the alternative to what is happening now is the people of Palestine might as well just lube up, find the biggest dildo they have, put some spikes on it, and just let Israel fuck them up the ass as hard as they can, because that's what's happening and that's what's going to continue to happen. Unfortunately, I think this is going to expedite the process. This is people are calling Hamas a terrorist group. Judging by their actions the last few days, I can't argue with that.
Okay.
They are horrible representations for Palestine. I don't think they're helping the people of Palestine at all. And this is, we're going to go in the next 2 months. You're going to start hearing about the atrocities that the Israeli people.
Why
are
are
doing
people
to
who know nothing about the fucking issue jumping onto this panel?
So just before I get out of here, I just want to be quick.
It is
or
STV
clear.
Philly.
Excuse me. I want to be very clear. Very clear. I'm not here to defend Hamas. I'm here to maybe help you try to understand why people are there's this knee-jerk reaction by everybody, because this has been bubbling under the surface for 25, 30, 40, 50 years, and it exploded. And people are going to have their feelings, and I understand people are going to get emotional, whatever.
Why can't I
Hamas
not? Why
is
does it give
terrible.
me the
Fuck
option
them.
for a question mark if I can't see what it
wish
is?
They were clear about who they were. Maybe they were. I think when the Israeli
Well,
or when the
Hamas, it was in their charter until 2017
there we go.
that they wanted to eradicate every single Jew in Israel. That was their stated goal.
Okay, I'll take that back. Maybe the Palestinian people knew exactly who Hamas was, but this is
they do.
It's fucked up because it's just going to lead to the eradication of the Palestinian people, and that's going to lead to more war because you got more Muslims than just the Palestinians, and
none of them seem to want to help them out.
Really is
Here's the thing: why is it that everyone like? I don't think that there are any like nations that want to join into this fight just because the Palestinians are majority Muslim. I don't think that that's the case, right? If that was the case, why the fuck is Egypt not helping the Palestinians on a regular basis, right? Why is there no humanitarian aid that's like making its way into Gaza? It aren't they letting people immigrate from Palestine to any of these other countries as refugees anymore? Like, if it was like this big Muslim solidarity thing, I don't think that any of the like other Muslim countries give an iota of a fuck about Palestinians. What I think is that they just really fucking hate Israel.
A bit read up. I mean, I know what's going on, but I really didn't want to talk to you about the nuance of the situation.
Then
I want
why
to talk
did
to
you
you
join the
about like
call?
our reactions to it, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm not here
I
to
get you. I
debate
get
the
you.
conflict. I'm not here to like debate the nuances.
I
of
understand.
The conflict.
Well, even the reaction is mystifying to me. Again, if you could see 1,000 people dying, and I'll give it like, it's like if a black guy gets shot and then people start coming up to you and asking about, what about all the white guys who've been shot? I mean, yes,
exactly.
We know that happens, but this just happened. Let's deal with this now, okay? Like it gives very much that energy when people come in and are like, "What about Israel? What about Israel? What about Israel?" That's the kind of energy it's giving me.
Yeah. What about Israel?
So yeah.
Right. No, but
Bitch.
you're a smart guy. I'm just you're saying that people who have a certain opinion are retarded, and you can have that opinion. I just.
And he does, and I do too.
I'm not here to say that they're not or defend anybody. I just want
I don't think that they're retarded. I think that they're like bad
I can
people.
see where certain people are coming from. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's yeah.
I'll see you later, buddy.
Yeah, all lives matter. Let's see who the next person is that jumps on. Damn, I wish that he wasn't
Zephyr?
banned on Twitch.
I'm hanging in there.
Or I wish I wasn't banned on Twitch.
It's gonna go like this today, gang. It's gonna go like this today. Again, I think that, and this is me speculating. I mean,
also the idea that like people are tone policing the people that are calling out people who are supporting like rape gangs and shit. Like, come the fuck on. You've got to be fucking kidding me. All right, you've got to be fucking kidding me. The idea that you would sit there for a second and tone police the tone policers for tone policing people for supporting a terrorist group is insane to me.
And so it's catching some of them off guard, and some of the less smart ones are just knee jerking. And yeah, that's exactly what I think is happening. It's speculation though. I'm just guessing. So anyway, let's bring on the next caller. Oh, geez, there's a lot of you now.
Let's go. Let's see who all's there.
We're going to go at random. You're live. What's up?
Zephyr.
You're live. We can't hear you. Oh, well, he just left. Okay.
I think they accidentally.
Oh well, we'll get to him again.
Never
Hi,
mind.
you're live.
Let's see if anybody has. Is it
Beautiful.
too?
Wonderful.
Is it too
I'm
loud
glad
or is it too
everyone's ready.
quiet,
I'm
Vince
glad
V?
Everyone's prepared.
If you're in backstage,
You got
and
10
are
seconds, buddy.
ready to call in, then DM me and I'll request Vic to pull you in.
10, 9, 8, 7.
I see the mute button
6,
going on and off.
5. He's trying to fix it. 4, 3. Okay, sorry, buddy. Fix it and we'll get to you.
Let's get Admiral Gibbs in there.
Admiral Gibbs is ready? Okay.
Yep.
What up? You're live.
How you doing? Let me just mute this. All right, so I gotta say, I actually kind of agree with you, except for and I've sat here this whole time, and I'm not gonna get into. I've already said, and I know it's well documented. I think that terrorist tactics and all that, but I will say this. I think that it's very much fallen along ideological lines, and I poo-poo on the conservatives that are my friends that have sat here and said crocodile tears about these Israelis. Y'all don't give a shit. The only reason why you're just sitting here going here, oh, we need to wipe out Palestine, is because it's best in America's interest and it's best along party lines. And y'all's excuses for why this is why we should do this are really weak. And I've seen it over and over again from people I really respected, and they're like, yeah, we need to glass them, and I'm just like. This is you're just sitting here regurgitating.
Oh yeah,
lines.
I want to be clear. Anyone who's saying like glass Gaza or anything like that, any of that horrific shit, can also get the fuck out, right? Like that is horrific. That again, we're not.
The Islamic Resistance Movement is a distinguished Palestinian movement whose allegiance is to Allah and whose way of life is Islam. It strives to raise the banner of Allah over every inch of Palestine. Israel will exist and will continue to exist until Islam will obliterate it, just as it obliterated others before it. The day of judgment will not come about until Muslims fight Jews and kill them. Then the Jews will hide behind rocks and trees, and the rocks and trees will cry out, "O Muslim, there is a Jew hiding behind me. Come and kill him." From the Charter.
Women, the killing of those kids was justified, and then they're turning right around. They're saying, "Oh, well, everything Israel does is justified," and like it's just crazy to me that they can sit here and just blanket statement. Like people in general can just blanket state this when this goes back 4,000 years, like of just back and forth on this issue, and like we're gonna just sit here and act like they don't have an ulterior motive, which is like okay, America.
When was the last time
I would much
Israel
rather have these people be
kidnapped
honest and just say I'm
hundreds
backing
of
Israel because
people,
they're America's ally, as opposed to
went into a
let me
village and just slaughtered as many fucking men, women, and children as they could find.
It's a
then fucked
function
off
of
and said,
ideologue brain,
truce?
right?
When was the last time that fucking happened?
This is on both sides, right? This is for both extremes have this. Even some people in the middle have this, right? This ideological knee-jerk reaction that we have to take the stance that my side takes, and we can't have any nuance or any discussion or anything like that back. Like, you aren't going to sit here. A lot of people, I've gotten a lot of new followers on Twitter, okay? I've gotten a lot of new followers on Twitter over this. I'm going to lose those followers when they start to recognize that I'm mad when civilians die consistently. That I'm mad when all civilians die, and it's a consistent thing. So they're probably gonna be taken a little back a little bit when they see me be just as angry, just as horrified, just as disgusted when the footage, the war crimes that Israel might commit start rolling in, right? They're gonna take a oh shit, this guy, I thought he was just on our team. No, I'm not on your team. I'm not in your cult. Go away, right?
I really
go
don't
away.
feel like that's the overwhelming majority of people on this side.
If you kill civilians, if you kill children, you are disgusting. And I don't care who you are or what side you support. That's all.
Can someone link the
consistency?
It is really easy to make a blanket statement. No, it's not for these people, because then it would go against their intuitions of oppressed versus oppressor. Reiska, can you link? I don't know if you're one of the people that's unable to, but if you can link me one of those articles, I would look on Twitter, but the Twitter search function for me is so fucked up because I'm banned.
That's bullshit, and you know it. And have some consistency. Like you're saying, you're saying in general, if you kill civilians, you disagree with it, you disavow it, etc. But I'm just seeing the flip and flopping. like left and right on this issue, and it's really hard for me to take some of these people that I followed and I've like worked with and talked to for years serious on this shit, because I'm just sitting here and they're just like rah 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 rah.
A lot of people, a lot of people are telling on themselves. A lot of people are, as I said at the beginning of this, there are people who, again, have called me fascist, a fascist enabler, have called me a Nazi, have called me a Nazi sympathizer, have said that I'm upholding systems of oppression, etc., etc., etc. And they are eerily silent when you have crowds in the middle of Australia, thousands of people chanting "Gas the Jews" over and over, and they say either they say nothing,
you better be careful,
or
Wick.
worse, they say, "Well, I
careful.
understand
Twitch,
because
brother.
look at what Israel did to Palestine." Really? It's the same old song and dance that people have used to justify their anti-Semitism for since time began. They deserved it. Look what they did to us. We have to do it to them over and over and over again. Tale as old as time, broskies. It's.
Okay, we get it. Okay, one second.
Just some of the destruction.
Whoa. Hey, hold on. Are there dead bodies on this?
All of the destruction that these terrorists committed away, jumping into action.
Those aren't bodies, I don't think.
Some of these sidewalks.
Okay, I don't see any bodies. Okay, I got scared for a second because it kind of looked like there were bodies there.
We're actually still moving through the community. It's starting to exit now, but I want to show you just some of the destruction to these houses as well, because as I showed you all of the destruction that these terrorists committed on foot as they bombarded and massacred this community. There were also air raids and rockets happening overhead, completely taking out buildings like this one. So it was really a mixture
just throw a couple of links in chat, brother.
On the ground and in the sky as well, completely devastating this community. Truly horrific images that we're seeing. Now, as we're leaving the community, you can see all of these soldiers here. As I said, so many of them called from their homes, jumping into action at a moment's notice. Many of these reservists leaving all of their families behind to be here to protect Israel's southern border, less than a quarter of a mile away. We continue to hear loud artillery and shelling in the distance at the Gaza border.
Bro, the amount of reporters who are on the ground that like come directly under fire or have like explosions go off very close to them is unfucking real. You know, like it's fucking crazy. How many people, like, there's like one CNN reporter who's like running from explosions and gunfire, is laying down sideways in a ditch, and she's just like talking super calm, and she like opens up, you know, like she opens up her segment with, "Hello, Tom, and sorry I'm laying in this undignified position, but this is what's happening right now." It's like, bro, are you serious? You're not a little bit winded? You're not a little bit freaked out about what's going on? She's just laying sideways with her phone like she's laying in bed, like you up. Like, holy shit, dude.
As we're walking out. So really, all of these soldiers are doing their best to protect us, the journalists who are also out here, because they want us to see exactly what's happening and what they've been witnessing with their own eyes for these past 3 days. Many of them coming here Saturday night, and they knew that no other soldiers had been here yet. And so they kind of knew an idea of what was happening, but no one could expect that it would be like this. The horrors that I'm hearing from these soldiers, as I mentioned earlier, about 40 babies at least were taken out on gurneys. Still, right now, they're going house to house, still evacuating dead bodies, killed Israeli citizens who were killed
I have to cut in. It's such a shocking, jarring statement there. And just for our viewers, we're in a new hour here on the broadcast who very likely weren't with us last hour to understand.
Yeah, I know the numbers are probably going to continue increasing.
With the dead and slaughtered bodies of Israeli civilians primarily, and you're saying 40 babies, dead babies.
That is what one of the commanders told me. And you continue to see just cribs overturned, strollers left behind, all of these doors wide open. He said, we don't know the exact number of casualties because they're still collecting dead bodies, still going door to door because the active fighting here just stopped. He said it came in waves almost. Every 20 minutes they thought maybe, okay, I think we finally cleared all the terrorists. And then 30 minutes later, another cell would emerge. So it was ongoing.
Jesus
and even
Christ.
when they thought that it had finally ended, more terrorists pop out of nowhere, and that continues to be the scene. Now it is under control now, and that's why we are allowed to come through the area. However,
no, I got
throughout
you, guys.
southern Israel right now, there are still actively searching for terrorists in some of these fields behind me. I mean, you could see
She sounds like she's a little under duress,
destroying some of these sidewalks in this community, and this is just minor compared to everything that's happening inside these homes. Everything that these soldiers themselves are saying, they say it isn't unlike anything they've ever seen in their entire lives before. The number of bodies, the number of casualties, the number of their family members, their friends who all live in these communities. It's truly horrific images that they've seen.
I know.
And as you can see, still. You can hear those explosions.
Twitter
overhead,
is
still
an
active,
actual
ongoing,
fucking
fighting,
shithole right now, dude.
As we're so close to the Gaza border right now, David.
Okay, so we saw that one. And then what is this cope? Damn it, I don't want to open up on that window. I want to open up on this window. That has all the stream tabs. Just because someone lied in the past doesn't mean that they're lying now. 40 dead babies. Where did I hear that before? Fucking cope. You fucking actually disgusting, subhuman, fucking vermin piece of shit. Let's see what this person has to say.
Can you hear me?
Hey.
My take's pretty simple. I am an archivist, so I like to just basically document and keep historical record. And my take is, I don't think that people should be the judge or jury in a lot of cases, or in most, if all cases. I think that they should be the defender or prosecutor.
Jury, and executioner on these motherfuckers.
I don't think that people should make judgments themselves. I think that they should try to present the context of any situation in its fullest, so that history can be the judge, if that makes sense, or so that people can have a better opinion rather than just seeing current events what's on their feed and then making an assumption from that.
Can you maybe rephrase this, because I'm struggling to understand? Are you saying, and I don't know if you are, I legit don't know. Are you saying that people should withhold any kind of response to things and simply, if an event like this happens, simply provide the context? Here's why this probably happened in XYZ.
No. So my stance is that terrorism and atrocities should never be committed. I think that's a pretty easy stance to have. I think it's a pretty easy response to have whenever there's death and destruction. And I think it's very hypocritical for anybody to say that they're against death and destruction and then in any other context warrant it. I think if it's wrong in any context, it should be wrong in most contexts.
Damn, I should.
What I'm saying though is, rather than people jumping on judgments and taking sides, I think that they should have personal opinions, obviously.
Yeah, true.
But I think that rather than expressing their personal opinions to the rest of the world,
right?
I think that they should try to present as much context for the rest of the world. So, for example, when this first broke out, rather than me saying, okay, well, Palestine's wrong or Israel's wrong, all I did was tried to collect as much information. I saved as many videos as I possibly can. And as more information came out, then I realized, okay, this is much worse than just whatever propaganda is typically propagated. This is actually a horrible instance. I am absolutely against this. A very easy take to have. Rather than saying, the first video I saw to give context was a tank explosion, which was blown up by a
drone drop the bomb thing.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So I thought it was just another skirmish. And then I started seeing actual kidnappings occur, and the gravity really hit me when I saw the video of the poor woman being dragged out of the back of the Jeep, and she was very clearly raped.
Yes.
And so I think from that point, it's very easy to condemn. And I think the problem is not that people are taking sides, it's that people are now justifying the very thing that they would stand against literally not even a week ago. And what I've seen on Twitter, which I just recently started on, I'm not a Twitter person, but I found it interesting.
I'm sorry for your loss of innocence.
Oh, no.
Go ahead.
2017, the Cambridge Analytica really knocked me off social media. But what I found interesting is the responses of our politicians, particularly the ones who are typically the very, very vocal rhetoric around our policies and things like that, haven't made a single statement, which you know,
What are you talking about?
I'm not a person who likes either side at the moment. I would like to say I'm an independent, but I think that everybody should definitely identify their stance and then see how they can resolve the problem rather than making
Everyone
it
has
worse.
done
And I think
that.
everybody's
Who
just trying to
hasn't
make it
given
worse
their
by
fucking
saying
take on this?
it's Palestine, it's
Every
Israel,
single fucking
rather than saying
politician and their
people are
mom
dying.
has
We need
said
to
fuck
stop
Hamas.
this. Like the fact that the UN hasn't come out and said we need to stop the reaction that
Unless you're
Israel is
Jeremy
having is
Corbyn, in which
mind-boggling to me.
case,
Article 2, Section 6 clearly
all violence
states
is bad.
non-members are supposed to be it is supposed to be ensured that non-member states act in accordance of peace and prosperity, which is mind-boggling. But sorry.
No, don't apologize. I think I understand the take. Basically, it's wait for more facts to be released before making any strong judgments and withhold any kind of reactionary kind of like knee-jerk reaction. I think I can get aboard with that. If that's what you're saying, I agree. I think it is human to have reactions, right? To have initial. If you saw those videos and you didn't have an initial reaction to it, I don't know what to tell you.
Sociopathic.
Kind of weird. It should
like Shadow the
awaken
Hedgehog,
something
guys.
new. You should
For real.
have a visceral reaction to videos like that. However, you are correct. You shouldn't let that visceral reaction that you have dictate what you do in the future. One of the things that makes this situation very horrific is because, again, as many people saw, right, we knew what the response to this would be and how horrific and escalatory the response would be. Like, so it's not just that 1,000 civilians were murdered, right? It's that the response to this was going to also ensure that there was
it's also that they were intentionally
of death and destruction. Again, mostly towards those who had nothing to do with this. And that is a horror, and that is something like that is just unforgivable.
That is
Go ahead.
also a strategy we often find in select terrorist groups, is that they do want a disproportionate response inflicted on their people.
Iran,
their country.
Iran is getting everything it could ever hoped in for and dreamed. Iran is sitting there cheering, right? The government of Iran, to be clear, the people of Iran are disgusted by this. The government of Iran is like,
well, you don't know
hell
that.
yeah, this is the greatest thing ever because they got everything they wanted and more. Iran backs and funds Hamas. Let's be clear. Hamas has just given them all, like, again, every win they wanted. I don't know what to tell you, but Iran is giddy at both what happened, what Hamas did, as well as the response that is going on right now. So
it used to be we would try to be the bigger person in a situation to show what the better path is, and it seems.
Josh Hawley saying to stop funding for Ukraine to send to Israel and gets roasted by Hamas survivor. Like, also, like the idea that it shows that they don't actually care about the financial aspect of it, right? If Josh Hawley was against funding Ukraine because it is like it's just too much money, we can't afford, it's depleting our stockpiles for our military. Well, if that's what your stance is, then why is it changed for Israel? Maybe it's because you actually don't want to support Ukraine, and that's the entire reason. Maybe it's because you don't think that Ukraine has the right to defend itself. Maybe it's because it's just a whole political issue for you and not a principled stance that you have. Cuck.
To break the cycle of hate. Hate only breeds hate. You don't solve violence by more violence. And the fact that they responded to death and destruction with more death and destruction, like, should be a stopgap for anybody.
Yeah.
Powerful.
I don't disagree. I do find it hard. They had to do something, right? We can agree on that, right? That Israel had to.
Hold on. Let's see here. Oh, fuck. Really? There's more of you guys? You guys are that slow that... Oh my god, there are a lot of you guys left. One second, let me clear this out really quick. Okay. Where is it? Well, where is the video? Does it say any... This is the response. What a cynical move. Shame on you, Senator. Iran is sending drones to Ukraine and guns to Gaza to murder Ukrainians and murder Israelis. God help us if USA can't support both countries against this brutal anti-democratic axis. Glad Biden is in charge. Don't tell that guy that left here in a huff that. Oof.
Let's try him one more time.
All right,
Last chance, buddy.
Oh, Mix Vivian Wolf is in there.
Well,
please be careful of what you click on. Oh my
Okay,
God.
whatever.
It might be an issue on their side. Yeah.
I'll just choose someone. Gatheist, what you up?
Oh, he didn't like automatically choose Mix Vivian Wolf? Really?
Oh, wow.
You're live. What do you got?
All right. This is my little spiel for everyone on the conflict. And let me know how you think. And this is how I just set it up. So, first of all, we kind of have to accept that there is no solution that completely
After
gets
he
rid of
drags
Israel.
in Vivian, we'll
think
stop
that
watching
that's
this. Okay.
fundamentally not going
I don't
to
see
work.
anyone else in the Discord that's
because
interesting.
people there have been living, have been existing, and many of the actual population from that region is
She's going to
actually
call him a
authentically Jewish
reactionary.
and have people there. However, we must also recognize that the people of Gaza still deserve rights and support. And therefore, we should unfold. And that is my little spiel.
I think that's a reasonable take. What do you think, Zephyr?
Sorry, I was fixing my mic. I've been seeing on chat that my mic might be a bit low, so I did not completely
You turned
hear
yourself up
what you-
and I turned yourself up, so now you're really loud.
Oh.
Don't touch it. You don't touch it. I'll touch it. Okay. Now we're better. Okay, try.
It was okay. I just put it back to where it was, so maybe it was your.
Oh my goodness. Whatever. Hopefully it's better now. Go on with your take. Okay. Let's.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Gateist. I was not paying attention.
Okay, well, let me give you my take. Okay. No,
course,
I think you're right. I think Gatheist's right here. Israel's there. Israel's not going away. Israel's been there for 75 years now. A little more than that, I think. It's there, like it or not. However, that said, Palestine, the status quo isn't quo. Okay, it's not quo as they say, right? It's unsustainable. Something needs to give. Something needs to change. The Israelis' occupation and settlement policies are a horror and need to stop.
The violence needs to stop.
Look,
and if that means
I don't know
Israel
exactly
goes in
what
and
needs to happen
glasses
here.
Gaza, then
I can't give you a path forward that will work. I don't know. But I know what we're doing now, it just isn't working. And so something needs to give. We need to stop doing this bloodlust thing, right? Where everyone's asking like, oh, the Palestinians are monsters.
Glass Gaza for the content.
Glass them, get them. We need to stop that. We need to cut that shit out right now.
Wait, I have a question on this part.
Please.
Would you say that because of the power differential, that the onus is on Palestine to propose peaceful solutions? I mean, Israel can do that, of course, but should the higher onus?
I don't know if one side has an onus to peaceful solutions here. I think that both sides need to kind of figure it out.
It's probably the onus is to be peaceful.
They've tried before, right? I mentioned the Oslo
Israel's
Accords
side.
in the 90s. We tried.
But
Israel tried withdrawing in 2006.
in this situation, but like in their normal situation.
There's been
And
other
then
times where they've
it's
tried.
on the
It's just nothing,
Palestinians
like,
to only attack
this constant
non-combatants.
cycle. This is what makes it so complex, so infinitely complex, because there's this constant cycle of both sides being able to point to atrocities that the other side has committed and saying, this is why we can never work with you or never trust you. And you have outside foreign influences, right, funneling money into both groups, right, and all players involved, because there's more than just two groups here. There's a lot of players involved here. And you have foreign influences meddling, toying around and things like that. Iran, again, is like the puppet masters of the region in a lot of ways. They fund Hezbollah, they fund Hamas, they've given a lot of aid and stuff like that. You have Saudi Arabia getting their fingers in the pies there. Saudi Arabia and Israel were trying to normalize relations recently. that is what I don't know if this is true, but one of the reasons I heard for why Hamas did this was to kind of put the death knell on that. But I don't know. Take that with a grain of salt.
It's kind of like their last
there's
hurrah
there,
if all of the peace negotiations are going to happen.
There are so many people
add-
not wanting peace that it makes peace very, very hard. Go on.
So what's supposed to happen here, what the actual solution is supposed to be,
What is it?
was this sort of international kind of accountability that whenever Palestine and the ideal, the Palestinian government, right, does something that we wouldn't like, we would be able to financially restrict them and financially scrutinize them because of our connected markets. We could withhold aid. We could do a lot of things to force them to behave in a certain way. However, again, the Palestinian government isn't like very established because of the, again, existent conflict and reigning over. And it makes sense that people see the government there as weak and unestablished because they really don't have freedoms. They just have like whatever kind of like Israel allows. And that's not how you negotiate with a nation, which is part of the change that needs to happen.
Fair enough. Thank you for coming in for this, Gethius. I really appreciate you. We got a little bit of line. I want to get to as many people as possible. So again, thank you for the take.
Take care.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
No one else has DM'd me, so you can pull in whoever.
I'll pull in everyone's favorite. No one will dislike this choice. Vivian, hi.
Wick. God damn, you say some dumb shit sometimes, Wick.
Oh, here we go. Are you guys ready for the stupidest, horrible?
There's two huge objections that I already have, like with things that you've said so far, right?
Let's go.
Let's do the one because Nia Socks asked me what like the path forward is, and I think this kind of leads into it, right? The first one is the complex thing, right? And you're not a total fucking idiot for saying it because everybody fucking says it. Everybody's like, the situation's so complex. I don't know how we can possibly dig our way out of the situation.
Well,
right?
the solution
and that comes
is complex.
From, firstly, I believe
The
like a lack of
situation
information on the situation. You just don't know what the fuck you're talking about, which is fine, right? Like, there's a lot of parties involved. If you haven't paid a decent amount of attention, it's difficult to dig it all out, right? But the other reason is because like people want you to think that it's so complex that there's no easy solution.
There is no easy solution.
Because the easy solution is the ending of the occupation of the Gaza Strip, the ending of the occupation of the West Bank.
They don't want to end
stopping of the stopping of increasing settlements, right?
Wait, what does ending the occupation mean? Describe to me how this ends. Describe to me how the occupation of the Gaza Strip ends. Like the process, please. It's easy, right? Simple.
Sorry, what do you mean describe the process?
You said end the occupation. The occupation of the Gaza Strip needs to end. Okay, describe how that happens.
I haven't fully finished my explanation.
Okay.
Anyway.
But I think this is indicative that I think you're full of shit on this. That it is super complex.
Okay. Calm down, Wick. Okay. All right. So one of the major problems that the Palestinians have had, right, was the election of Hamas, right? It was the support of Israel, essentially, by ceasing operations against Hamas and targeting Fatah back in 2000 and was it 5, whatever, that allowed Hamas to gain more power, right? And what we as like other nations need to do is put pressure on Israel to slow and withdraw, right? And put pressure on Palestine to liberalize, which means supporting more liberal secular factions of the Palestinian leadership, right? And the Palestinian Authority, the PLO.
If Israel ends the occupation, they're scared that Hamas or some other militant
supporting
will be able to
like
organize
Fatah, right?
easier.
Now, Fatah are in no way perfect, in my view, right? They got some dodgy ass shit in their fucking charter, but to say that
eradicating
they
the
are as
Jews
bad
one
as
of them?
Hamas would be fucking insane.
Yeah, for,
right?
Hamas
So-
is on a separate level, right? We can all
right,
agree there.
exactly. The PLO have kept to the Oslo Accords, right? Israel have not, right? Israel have been condemned on the international stage by the UN, by the EU,
rightly so.
for war crimes, for breaking the Oslo Accords. Israel are not held to the contracts that they signed, right? And there needs to be that, and there needs to be a support of more liberal secular factions of the Palestinian leadership, right? If you can do these two things simultaneously, you can eventually end up in a situation where a withdrawal can be completed in a peaceful manner, because the more liberal secular factions that don't want
I
war,
know that there's a big
haven't
thing
engaged in violence, right, are the
Spawn
ones
in.
that are in power, that have more power in Palestine. But you can't do that while you're constantly. So the first thing has to be no new settlements, right?
That's true.
You
That's
can't do it
probably
while
the
you're
easiest
constantly
thing.
evicting people in. Not just no new settlements, right? But like no new evictions either. I don't care about your fucking dumbass right to return shit with like, oh, this was my family's house before like 1940, whatever the fuck it was. I'm sorry. At some point, you gotta fucking you gotta cut the line, right? Because whole generations have been born in that fucking house now, right? Squatters' rights, like, deal with it, okay? So no more evictions in the West Bank either, right?
I saw
that I think has to be
enemy. There
the
you
first
are.
thing that we
Fuck
put real
off.
pressure on. And no new settlements was an agreement in the Oslo Accords.
I agree.
Right?
I don't disagree with anything you said so far. I think it's very reasonable. I think it's very fine. Yeah.
So it's not a complex situation. It's a very simple situation.
Because that's a step, but that doesn't solve it. It doesn't solve it by any means, right?
True.
Because you have, again,
well, it's gonna take time to untangle this shit, but we're going in completely the opposite direction and have been for fucking decades, right?
Again, I don't disagree with that. We have. But again, like to propose this as a simple thing, because it is a tangled mess with various interests from various parties that are outside of Israel, that are outside of Palestine even, that have very much their fingers in the pies, that have national interests, like Iran again, funds a lot of the terrorists.
Yeah. So what we have to do to stop this
Stopping settlements
conflict,
isn't
right, is relatively
a crazy
simple.
thing. Like that's something
but
that's
we are not
feasible,
going to do
but they're
it
not
because of the
made to do
dominionists
it.
in the fucking United States and the insanity
The what?
Around Israel in the United States that's tied up with Christian evangelism and dominionism.
What is dominionism?
And because of the historical political ties with Israel in a lot of the Western world. So we're not going to do it, right? Things are going to get worse, and it's going to end in genocide. And it has been sickening watching the manufacturing of consent for genocide on mainstream media over here in the UK. I haven't been watching an awful lot of American TV on this issue.
Thank you.
Because I'm more interested in what my government's saying and doing, right?
Someone show me clips of British people being
and vice
genocidal.
versa. I don't know what UK is saying on this.
Yeah, no, I mean, we've had disgusting things. I think we had the Palestinian ambassador to the UK being pulled onto various news shows, asked repeatedly if he condemns the violence, even when he says that he hasn't condemned. He has condemned the violence, right? And then having Kay Burley from Sky News asking every single fucking politician if they agree with the Palestinian ambassador that Israel had it coming, when he never said Israel have it coming, you know. So shit like that. There's stuff like the chap who was on, was it last caller or the one before,
Admiral
was
Gibbs
talking about the babies being beheaded, right? This is something that the Israeli army said didn't happen. Somebody else was talking about.
Do you have a source on that? Because I've seen sources
that say it did happen.
Accounts of this. I've seen reputable people say
Yeah.
that a reporter was told by the Israeli soldiers.
It's going to be running on the front page of several of our newspapers here in the UK tomorrow.
Sure, but do you have a source that's saying it didn't happen?
Babies were beheaded, but
Yeah, just DM that to me.
Sorry,
and
no,
I'll,
that's what I'm saying. Like, I'll pull up that. I'll pull
please,
up.
yeah, it doesn't have to be right now, but at some point, get me that because I would love to see it. Because if I can,
the Israeli army said it didn't happen. There's also the rape claims, right? I'm not saying rapes didn't occur. I think there's probably a good chance that they did, right? Especially if they're targeting
there are
civilians,
eyewitness accounts of it.
all that
Yes.
sort of shit. There are eyewitness accounts, according. So as far as I've seen, like, the woman who was mentioned, who was pulled off the truck, right? Everybody assumed she was raped because there was blood in the seat of her pants, right?
God damn, I hate
but
doing this run over and over.
There's no evidence that particular woman was raped. There is eyewitness accounts
How
of
do you think
people
the
being
blood,
raped at the festival. I mean, it could have been any number of ways, right? Like, she's fucking covered in blood. She could have been sitting in a pool of blood with hands.
Her pants are clear except for one very specific area, right? Where the blood is pooling and soaking through.
Her pants have some blood on them, right? But most of the blood, but there is a pool of blood on the seat of her pants. Her arms are covered in blood, right? There's a cut on her arm. But also, I'm just saying, right? Like, blood on the seat of your pants can get there in a whole bunch of different ways. Not necessarily the case that she's been raped, right?
We have to fucking.
I'm not saying she wasn't raped.
I do not want to do it
I'm
again.
just saying we don't have confirmation that's the case, right?
I mean,
I'm
again, this isn't the only image, and again with the eyewitness accounts, and again with the fact that Hamas went in and mowed down people left and right, and we thought they like. At what point do they stop?
Look, wait. You need to understand, right? Like, I'm not saying Hamas are really good guys and they did great shit, right? Like, they fucking went to the music festival, walked around like mass shooters, just fucking murdering people. All right, I'm fully aware of this. They fucking massacred the kibbutz. Okay, and children are among the dead, although according to the Israeli army, not beheaded. What I'm saying, what I'm trying to say is, right,
we saw
that,
implied at least one
people are
beheaded
drawing
baby.
a lot of conclusions and spreading a lot of misinformation. And the amount of misinformation around this has been fucking insane. I mean, we've had people saying, spreading videos of football celebrations saying this is war in the Gaza Strip, right? Like, it's been absolutely nuts. One of my friends, Shayan Sadarzadeh, he works for the BBC, and he's been working overtime to try and debunk misinformation and tell the true narratives of things that happened. He has a very good article on the music festival, actually, which describes everything we know about the music festival, right? And that does involve people going from one person to another, shooting them in the fucking head, just executing civilians.
If you had to put $100 on it, $100 on whether people were raped by Hamas.
I'm not gonna do that. That's fucking vile.
But
what you're doing though is you're saying, well,
I'm with Viv on that one. That's a little wild.
Like the amount, you're acting like we need some NCIS level fucking forensic evidence here to say, hey, people were raped.
Well, I mean,
with a degree of certainty. I have seen enough that I have a pretty good degree of certainty.
If you have multiple possible explanations, right? Jesus Christ. Her hands are bound behind her back. She could have been placed sitting in a pool of blood very easily, right? If you have multiple explanations, it's very dishonest to say this is what happened,
Wick,
right? Unless you have good evidence to suggest that that's the case, right?
Again, it's the preponderance of evidence, the eyewitness accounts. That's not only there were videos of them being held up, right, blood pooling down their legs. Not this specific woman, but others, right, where it was. I think I was just
addressing this specific woman, right? That's it, right? Like I said earlier, I think it's very probable
a link to
rapes have
that or a
happened,
story
right?
to which.
because of the savagery and barbarity of the attacks against deliberately targeting civilians, and knowing that rape is a common weapon of war used by those who are willing to commit these kinds of war crimes, right? I do think there probably were rapes, right? I was saying that in this specific instance, we don't know, right? We don't have good evidence either way to suggest she was
Music
or wasn't.
Festival?
She could have been. I do
No,
not know.
I think that they stopped
and
allowing
that's
that
the
video on
important point.
Twitter.
You do not know either. So to say that she was,
And also, it's
right,
pretty
is just another
unbelievably
example
brutal.
of
Once I realized what was going on, I turned it off because it was really bad.
It's not like the most heinous or the worst one that's occurred, right? But I think, yeah, and so we're kind of moving into my second big objection, actually, which was you saying we have to watch these videos and we have to bear witness, right?
Yes.
And
yeah,
I think that
disagree
is
with that.
that is not only untrue, it can be really dangerous, right?
Like, I don't want to see if there are
right? Like, I know
beheaded
people who
babies.
go
I don't
through
want to see that shit.
stuff for a living, and they have to have regular fucking counseling and shit. They have to have regular breaks. Every once in a while, one of them's like, I can't fucking do this anymore, right? Because it fucks you up. If you're gonna do it, turn the sound off. There's a really good fucking tip. The sound is often even worse.
I'm not advocating for this to be like on a roll on repeat that you do forever and ever, right? Like, that's not what I'm asking here. What I'm saying is that there are people who are going to be saying that this did not happen, and we have to remember that. Like, do you think it was a mistake that after the World War II that we forced German citizens to watch what the atrocities that were committed by the Nazi
I think I do think denazification was a fucking abomination. Actually, it was awful. Yeah.
What?
The same as what happened in Imperial Japan under the American occupation. There was like things we've done in the name of quote unquote denazification have been utterly disgusting, right? And you won't find anybody more against Nazis than me.
That's
forcing random civilians to watch videos of atrocities and war crimes
it's very surprising.
Is disgusting, in my view. Yeah, but it traumatizes you, and it does. And even if you don't care about any of that shit, if you're like, oh yeah, I'm a really strong person, I'll never be traumatized by this, and I just think you're fucking stupid. But let's say you believe that that's the case, right? You're still just doing what the fucking terrorists want you to do, right?
I think Vivian Wick's point was that if you are particularly celebrating what Hamas did, maybe those videos or questioning what Hamas did.
No, that's not my point.
Oh.
No, let me say, like, I think that there's a lot of people.
If you're celebrating what Hamas did, like, actually, fuck you. And sure, yeah, maybe these people need to be shown some of those videos so they can see what they're actually cheering for. I made a post very similar to that. On the first day when some of the stuff was coming out.
There's nothing more.
I think if somebody that is actively working and campaigning to deny it, right? Maybe those people need to be shown the videos so that they can no longer say that they are entirely unaware, right? But what Wick said very specifically early on is we need to watch these things. We need to bear witness, right? And I do not think that that's the case. There are people whose jobs it is to do this, right? And those are people who have had training and people who have fucking psychologists on call and shit and know how to protect themselves from the trauma that is induced, right? And even though they have training and know how to protect themselves from the trauma that is induced, they still experience that trauma. There's also the problem of being able to process it. The terrorists want these videos to come out, right? In Ukraine, there were Russians were fucking live streaming the execution of family members to each other. There's been rumors of that happening in this instance as well. I'm not 100% sure if that's true, but it could well be happening, right? Hamas are fucking Zarqawi posting right now, right?
What?
Al-Zarqawi, the propagandist in chief, if you like, for Al Qaeda, and later on ISIS sort of taking on his methods as well, right? The idea is to portray themselves as barbarically as possible in order to inspire hatred and bloodlust in their opponents, such that they will take retaliatory action against people like them, right? So for al-Zarqawi, it was to increase racism and hatred towards Muslims in the Western world to make them feel separated from it, right? So they're more easy to recruit. And
Damn.
for Hamas, it will be very much the same in that they want to incite the violence that will then come against the citizens of the Gaza Strip.
Who did?
But there is a reason also why there are a lot of people who are supporters of Hamas who do not want you to see this, because again, they are going to in the coming days deny that it happened. They will say that these are all just propaganda. You can't believe this is just Western, U.S., Israel kind of propaganda. It was overstated. This was overbooked. These were lies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And people, again, right or wrong, believe their eyes.
If you believe that it did happen, if you believe that it did...
Wait, one second. Shadowrun, when you say... where in this does it talk about the article that she's talking about is she said that there was a source about the beheaded babies.
Look at this. This is a result.
You need to also be made a casualty of that terror attack.
Again, to act as if me seeing what happened is making me a casualty, I think it's just fundamentally not the case. I'm not a casualty.
If you're willing to watch some of these videos, there's a pretty good fucking chance that you've seen somebody die before. If you see 10 more people die, right, it's not much different. All it does is compound the trauma, and you can see the many ways in which people can die.
I'm not asking you to watch these on repeat, on loop, but bear witness. Don't turn away, right, when you see some of these things, right? At least
turn away. It's fine. It's totally fine to turn away. It's totally fine to go,
okay,
hey, I don't want to become another victim of this terror attack. It is enough that I know that it occurred. I am vehemently against it, and that I understand the situation.
Dead babies.
That is enough. You don't have to see it. Seeing it does.
They're both stupid.
What does seeing it do other than make you feel fucking awful?
It helps you remember. Vivian, thank you for coming on. We do have a line. And I'll see you later, buddy.
Let's see if there's anything else.
Okay. Yes,
anyone else that's in line to talk to him?
We talked about that. Let's next. Who's next? Anyone up?
I believe Soyadal is Soyadal and Orion. Oh, Orion has left, so maybe Soyadal would be the one to call him next.
You're live.
Okay, Soyadal is a friend of the stream. We'll listen. If he's memeing, then we'll watch it. If he's not, then we'll skip.
You're muted on your end. Come on.
Come on, Soyadal. You were
Indeed, I am. So much Wick. How's it going?
It's going.
How are you? Soyadal here.
Oh man, it's been a day, and you're a little quieter than the stream was. That's okay. I can fix it. So I've got a few quick takes. Thanks for bringing me in. Actually, I got a little bit more time than I thought. When it comes to, and by the way, I loved the conversation with Vivian. And when it comes to the response to the terror attack on Gaza, I'm really cautious about people who treat criticism of the response as endorsing the attacks. And I see a lot of righties, for example, attacking Vosh over this point. He's very critical of the response, and there was a couple people like
hate Vosh's
our friend
response,
Connor Points who said
something for me.
That it was just like that joke that, oh man, it would be terrible.
Can you link me the response? I'll be real with you. I don't know Vosh's response to this. So.
Yeah, well, I can find it pretty easily. It's I got into a pretty big Twitter beef about this one. But the joke is that, oh, it would be terrible if some Islamic country set off a dirty bomb and killed tens of millions of Americans, because the response would just be so horrific.
That's a Norm Macdonald
response
joke.
Would be so horrific, wouldn't it? And so this was the joke.
It's a Norm Macdonald joke. I remember this.
Right. And so this idea that
damn, I need
the killing
that
of 1,000
I need way more AOE. This
Israeli
is
citizens
a trudge.
and and travelers from Europe and such is the same as killing 10 to 20 million Americans is pretty unhinged. The idea that we need to react in the same way, or that even Israel should be reacting in the same way, as if a significant portion, like 10% of their population, was killed, is not realistic.
Let me just ask this: if you were in charge of Israel right now, what would your response be to this? What would you do?
I have a great response for that. There is a quote from Yitzhak Rabin.
Please tell me that you're not going to say
we must
rise
respond.
above.
We must fight terrorism as if there is no peace process, and we must work to achieve peace as if there is no terror.
That's a cool
and this
quote.
Was,
what? Okay.
What does that look like,
let's explain
motherfucker?
it. This was Yitzhak Rabin's response to a terror attack that was intended to sort of divert the Oslo Accord, to sort of stop the peace process in its tracks.
That's why I'm not.
Okay, I understand. But again, I'm asking you, 1,000 of your citizens has just been brutally murdered. Brutally, okay? Throats slit, paraded, their corpses paraded through the streets, live on camera, right? This has just happened.
You're soy.
What do you do?
This is a false choice. This is, to ask me to respond in a brutal way. And
I'm not asking. I didn't ask you to respond brutally.
Okay.
I'm asking you, what do you do? It's perfectly acceptable of an answer to say, I do nothing, if that's what you want to do. But I'm asking you,
I wouldn't say nothing.
What do you
I would
do?
say that, there is an appropriate and measured response.
What is
and I think is okay.
Thank you.
Secure
Wick is
the
mad.
ports
Wick
of entry where you
is
think the
mad.
guns are coming in, back to the tunnels, back to security apparatus. Of course, there's conspiracy theories that this was allowed to happen, just like there are conspiracy theories that 9/11 was allowed to happen. So barring the confirmation of any of that, we can secure the ports of entry of any possible weapons. We can work with people like Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and all of the regional partners to de-escalate the violence. We can work to find out where these funds came from. And no, they didn't come from Joe Biden's $6 billion that was actually Iran's money. We can look at,
is there
did
any
Iran
military
have
response?
a hand in this? Do we need to upset any of the diplomatic issues that might arise? Do we need to look, did Russia have a hand in any of this? Because
they're doing
ironically,
all of this.
or coincidentally,
are we just shifting the blame from Hamas to Iran and Russia?
Of course. Well, let's talk about Hamas in a moment.
I still haven't gotten a good response. So we look at this
you
situation.
don't like any of this? You don't like any security apparatus response? You think that?
Okay.
So you are actually asking? You're soying at me. I'm an expert. You're soying at me and asking me for a brutal response. If security apparatus is not a response you like, what is a response you would like?
You're just
Tell
saying,
me now.
look at this, how it happened?
Yeah, you said a security apparatus response is not appropriate.
That is fine. That is fine to do all that. But you need to go in and you need to find Hamas and you need to take them out. Hamas needs to not exist anymore.
The
best way to do that isn't carpet bombing, to be clear. We don't bomb, right? We don't go and glass them.
The elected government, if that's what you're going to say, just murdered 1,000 of your citizens.
We use our intelligence apparatus to identify these people, separate them.
This is fucking retarded.
Bring them and hold them
How
for
is
justice.
Soyadal?
That's what we do. And yes, it's going to be more costly. It's going to be more dangerous. It's going to be
having
more
a
work
stupider
than
response
simply
to this than
glassing them and
Viv.
bombing them, right? But it needs to happen. There is no response that leaves... I will accept no response that leaves Hamas still there at the end, right?
So you need
brutal?
to identify. You need to identify that the political elected body of Gaza was connected with these attacks and helped organize these attacks. Because yes, in name, they are. They're endorsing and they're sloganeering and all of that says yes. So do you need to go through the leadership of this elected body and say, you need to swear right now that you're not going to endorse terror or you're out?
No, it's too late. They don't need to.
Okay.
We can't be like, you got to say you'll never do it again. We can't trust them at this point. Again,
okay. So do you do that
Hamas,
for every
if you are in
potential
Hamas,
elected party in Gaza? Do you have to screen every politician in Gaza?
If they are part of Hamas, they are complicit. Yes.
Okay, what if they're not part of Hamas? What if they're a different
part of Hamas,
revolutionary?
Then
okay,
again, it's fine.
So what if the next
take different
party
steps
turns out to be as bad as Hamas?
And we
do the same thing
problem,
to them,
right?
Okay, it is. So this
But
is
it's
what
a
I'm
problem.
asking.
You take it up with them.
Do
They
you
decide to fucking do it.
interrogate
Just bomb
every
those
politician
motherfuckers too.
in Gaza
Why
and
is
make
this a
them
hard answer,
swear
Wick?
to lay down arms?
I'll repeat what I said because maybe you didn't listen. What I said was...
I listen, you're just not following the logical conclusion.
Find out anyone who is in Hamas, go door to door, go house to house, find them, remove them, right? And then hold them to account, put them on trial, and do what you need to do. Okay, that is what you need to do. Anything in the future, right? If more terrorists pop up, deal with them when they pop up, right? If more different terrorist groups act up, deal with them as they act up, right? But right now, the response to this attack should be, again, finding
those
Hamas and
responsible
making
and-
sure it no longer exists. Simple, but
All right.
not easy.
I think you might think it's non-trivial, but also
No, it's not non-trivial. It's going to be work. It's going to be hard.
Right,
Identifying them is going to be ridiculously hard because there's a lot of different intricacies. This is not going to be an easy task, but it needs to happen. It's going to be the course of a long period of time, but it needs to happen.
Soyadal, I would like to point out that this is not
God,
simply a case of, they
this.
grew up and they got brainwashed into it. No, this is something that is being educated to children. Like, children are being taught that from a young age. It's not simply a case of de-escalation of security. It's like,
okay, Zephyr, let me ask the question.
You have to convert the minds of a large scale of people.
Okay, let me ask the question to you, Zephyr. Do you interrogate every politician in Gaza and make them swear not to endorse terrorism?
I think the swearing part is easy. I think you can make people, make politicians swear, or that would be essentially signing like an accord. I know probably not the most effective, but that is a form of like swearing in, I guess.
Right. So this is now a condition for the people of Gaza to have any autonomy. And let's be clear, they probably don't
if you
have
keep
very
on
much
bombing our
autonomy
fucking
right
cities,
now
then you don't get the fucking
with settlements and with the blockades. But I think maybe this could work, but I don't. It doesn't feel good as an American. Perhaps
so
that's my bias.
Baby?
It doesn't feel good.
Wait, Nair, what are you talking about?
That's fair.
Well, I would think like people would be surprised if there
Also,
was a
how's it
peaceful
going, Rebel
solution.
Mango?
I think we would be surprised how many people are on board for it. It's just that the problem is there doesn't seem to be a simple, peaceful solution.
Well,
both sides are unwilling to negotiate.
Whoa, now you're gonna find me. You have to
Israelis
find
who
me
do
a
not
clip.
want
I want to
peace.
see that
There
shit.
are
That's
actors
funny
in
as
the
fuck.
region who do not want peace. A destabilized Israel, a destabilized Palestine, it's good for them politically.
Yeah.
And so they will work to continue to destabilize the region. That is something that we need to address on the world stage, right? But when we're talking about the immediate response in the aftermath of these attacks,
Damn,
one,
that was stupid.
here's
Damn it.
my take.
Fuck.
There has to be a response. There has to. You can't do nothing.
Yes.
Two, you have to have a measured and proportionate response. And that doesn't mean
What does
just
that
take 1,000 of
mean?
them and then kill them. That's not what
Thank
that
you.
means, okay? What that means is, like I said,
don't think it has to be
door to door,
proportional.
using your intelligence apparatus, find out these leaders of Hamas and removing them. The foot soldiers of Hamas, removing them. Anyone involved in the attack, planning the attack, aiding and abetting the attack, remove them. Third, will be everything after that, right? Like making sure that there's other things, and it gets more complex the further in time we go. But that needs to happen immediately. Soyadal, is there anything else before we let you go?
I sent you the DM containing
Please do.
Connor's. It's in your DMs.
Okay.
There's.
I can confirm I got it. I can confirm I got it. I will check it out. I guess my immediate take is. My immediate take on seeing it, right, is that...
Let me see if
so
he wants to
in
jump
my
on.
mentions on Twitter, there have been plenty of people who, when I say, man, this is horrific that 900 people just got butchered, right, or 700 or whatever the number what it was, and I was expressing horror, that would come into my mentions and say, but what about Israel? And I think that peels to the heart
What happened
of,
to
I think,
Kick
the
Chat?
joke,
You got-
right? That
you got
people are more
banned for a
concerned
day
about, well,
'cause you were
this is
being
going to be horrific for the Palestinians
horrific in
than
chat.
they are about like what happened to the Israelis. They are minimizing the deaths of one group. And I think that's wrong. I think that, yes, it is going to be horrific what happens to Palestinians. It's going to be a horror. But we can't minimize the death of one group to explain that, right? We have to we have to stop doing that. It's like, again, I'll use this comparison again because it's apt. If the day after George Floyd had died, people would come and it's like, what about all the white people who get killed by cops too? It's tone deaf. It doesn't help. Yeah, we know, but we're talking about this right now. This is a horrific event. Let's discuss this. That's what it is.
And the final thing is that in response to me asking if Connor was mask off, Rob Knorr responded and basically said that someone, but contextually he's talking about Vosh, was defending the actions of Hamas. And so this is sort of the rhetoric on October 7th. This is how the rhetoric was developing. And so let's be cautious about labeling different people on the left as supporters of Hamas, because these extremely, nutso right-wingers love to broad brush everyone as a supporter of Hamas.
No, absolutely. That's not true. Equating Hamas and Palestine is a mistake. Palestine is a mistake. Hamas is Palestinians are just as much a victim of Hamas as they are of Israel. Like, Hamas, in fact, has been worse for them than Israel. I'll go on that brave take, right? Hamas is not... In 2006, when they were elected, I think it was 2006, what they could have done is use their monies to build schools, infrastructure, and to try to do that. But instead, they bought rockets and guns and threw people off roofs who were their political enemies. That's what happened. That's what they did. Israel does bear blame to that because Israel did fund Hamas and did help Hamas kind of rise to power in that way. That's something we can talk about too. But again, the bodies aren't cold yet. So maybe save all that for later, and maybe just don't make us genuflect every time we try to say, hey,
nothing shows
murder
up.
and rape is bad, by saying, well, Israel this, Israel that. That's not, we could talk about that soon. Don't worry. But it's just weird to me. It's suspicious. I'm deeply suspicious of the people who did that because, again, they're run cover for people in Australia screaming gas the Jews, gas the Jews, gas the Jews.
A sub just
right?
now.
Like, they're running cover for people who are weaving and cheering on in the streets right after this
Maybe
happened.
something is fucked
That's
up.
horrific to me. Soyadl, thank you.
Yep.
Take care.
Bye-bye. To the void. Okay. Yeah, because that's what happened, right? We saw it in real time.
Whoa.
People would justify,
refresh the
like,
chat?
and run cover,
Oh,
like,
shit.
well, no, they're just chanting
That's on
pre-Palestine.
Kick's end.
How do you know they're connected to Hamas?
Unless I got banned off of
Motherfucker,
Kick,
they
I can't
say
imagine.
they're celebrating Al-Aqsa Storm, which was the code name of the Hamas attack, right? They're using
If you are watching on Kick, oh my gosh, yeah, the chat's just completely fucked up. Woo yeah. Woo yeah doesn't show up. Huh. I guess Kick is just having issues. Well, I messaged Soyadl and he hasn't responded. Let me see what this is.
And I fear, but I think you deserve to succeed, and I think I'm the kind of person that you're looking for who can help you succeed. So you're looking for someone who has some professional experience. Someone.
Well, if you're
who
on Kick, come over to
understands media,
YouTube so you can chat.
How to put yourself
Sub
out there
to the
socially,
channel,
how to
etc.,
produce a
etc.
quality show, and I have in-studio experience doing that.
I would give you guys a link, but I don't
this
think
is
that
sort of
it'll show up.
Whether or not it's us.
Okay, what do you get out of this? Okay, so you've offered it to
I'm
her. What
so
are you?
Wait, hold on. Let me say
experience,
hear it again.
Who understands media, understands how to put yourself out there socially, how to produce a quality
Carl, no
show,
answer.
and I have in-studio experience doing that. So this is sort of whether or not it's us.
Okay, what do you get out of this? Okay, so you've offered it to
I'm
her. What
so
are you expecting?
confused.
What do I get out of this? I mean, I've got everything I need, Wick. Don't you know? Okay, I'll be honest. My girlfriend wants to have kids, and I got fixed. So, Merc, do you and my girlfriend maybe want to work something out and, have
Are you
kids.
are you asking me to impregnate your girlfriend?
No. She'll impregnate you. I assume you're cis, right?
Wait, what? Is your girlfriend not actually a girl?
Well, she's trans.
Oh, no thanks. Sorry. It's not my
okay.
type. Not my
All
type.
right. No, well, hey, what? But okay, she's not your type.
That is the craziest fucking.
Consider not me, someone like me.
This is the craziest fucking.
Here. I'm so.
Soy,
What?
Soyadel, thank you for coming on. I
All right.
appreciate the attempt.
I'm so confused.
Oh, is that what he's saying? Okay, well, I'd have to see the. Yeah, I would have to see the. Yeah, I don't know why. Wait, hold on. Test. Weird. Very strange from Soyadel there. I messaged him to come on after he was on Wix, but he didn't respond, so oh well. Let's see. We were watching something before that, but let me see. Am I still unable to see the spectator index? No. Oh yeah, we were watching Hassan. 1 second. Let's catch up on the spectator index since the last time I looked at it. Haven't seen any of it. Wow, there's a lot of updates. Holy fuck. Israeli tanks have fired on Hezbollah observation posts after missiles launched from Lebanon. 4 Russians killed in Hamas attacks on Israel. Another 6 missing. And it doesn't seem like Russia's too concerned with any of that. They seem to be making fun of the people that have been victimized, which is pretty disgusting. Let's see here. Palestinian Health Ministry's Gaza death toll is 830 dead, 4,250 wounded. Jesus fuck, dude. Israeli attack helicopter strikes Hezbollah observation post in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah has attacked an Israeli tank with a guided missile. Halts development aid to Palestinians from Sweden. 200,000 people have been displaced in Gaza. Jesus Christ, that's what? 20% of the... No, that's 10% of the population because there's 2 million people there, right? The first Vox video? Oh, maybe we'll do that. Let me see here. Death toll of French nationals in Israel has risen to 8. Israel's defense minister is heading towards a comprehensive attack on Gaza. Will not return to what it was previously. Oh, man. Y'all need to not put out statements like that. That's going to piss some people off. Turkish Airlines, no flights to Israel. We've already done that. Jordan's foreign minister calls for allowing humanitarian aid into Gaza. I think that, yeah, I know it's only going to get worse. This is 6 hours ago, so it's probably gotten worse. But I agree with this. There probably should be a humanitarian corridor where civilians can leave, right? I think that's got to be the answer. It's got to be the answer. Fun fact about Merck, she's 6'1". She seems so unbelievably mentally unstable. I cannot fathom why people watch her. I cannot fathom why people watch her. She did like the whole like lol so random humor normally, and then she also did the lol so random humor like dropping her camera constantly to show her nude tits. Like oops, I didn't mean to do that. Like, come the fuck on. 1,008 dead, 3,400 injured, 830 dead, 4,200 injured. West Bank, 19 dead, 110 injured. It's good that it's been mostly contained to Gaza, but Booba alert? Yeah, I mean, like, it's insane because she was just like, huh, like, come on. You're not actually surprised, you know? You're doing it on purpose. Shut the fuck up. U.S. Congress introduces bipartisan bill for $2 billion in aid for Israel. How are they going to pass that without a speaker? Damn. Netherlands sending military to evacuate their people. But it has to be done according to international law. Hey, you know what? That's a fair statement. Israeli military spokesman says targeting Hamas leadership is the highest priority. A months-long ground campaign in Gaza. Damn. The Times of Israel reports an Egyptian official says Israel wants to deal Hamas a knockout blow before entertaining the idea of a ceasefire. I don't blame them. Hamas says it conducted missile strikes from southern Lebanon. Oh, so Hamas was operating from southern Lebanon, not Hezbollah. At least 14 Americans were killed in Israel. We watched this. Let's see. Heads of the Zionist regime and their backers should know that the massacre and mass murder of the people of Gaza will cause a larger calamity to come upon them. Hey, that's funny. That's exactly what the Israelis said after y'all fucking massacred their civilians. Yeah, no, I haven't looked at the Spectator Index in a couple of hours, so it's about the same as we saw before. Israeli police have seized Hamas cryptocurrency accounts. Oh no, not their NFTs. Turkey's Anadolu agency reports that the Israeli army has told it there is no information to confirm reports that Hamas beheaded babies. Okay, so there's that. $900 with 4,500 wounded. Secretary of State Antony Blinken's going over to Israel. That's going to be... Let's hope nothing happens to him, because then it's game over. Then it's fucking game over. Reports of mortars being fired from Syrian territory towards Israeli territory. That's what I want to know more about. With some landing in open areas causing no damage. According to Israel military speaker is the Turkey article. Like the Israeli military is the one that said that they have no evidence for that, right? Because that's what I understood it to say. Oh, readjust here. Fuck me. Israel is shelling Syrian territory after mortar attack. Germany announces flights to evacuate nationals from Israel. Damn, did they not already do that? The need for a strong and long military campaign in which Israel wins. Messenger reports U.S. Special Operations Forces have been placed on alert in European country close to Israel. That must be either Greece, Italy, or Turkey. I mean, what the fuck other country is there? U.S. transport plane carrying ammunition has landed in Israel. Let's go. Okay, got your Rebel Mango. No more flights to Israel. Wait, didn't down here it say 4,500 wounded? And now it's saying 250? Maybe they were including Hamas fighters in that? I don't know. Oh, shit. The Israeli death toll jumped up. 192. Uh-oh. Huwara checkpoint in the West Bank. Damn, dude. Real spooky stuff. Really quick. Well, hold on really quick. Let's see.
Very into kind of like opposing the current German government.
I can't listen to an accent like that. I can't listen to an accent like that. That is abhorrent. Jesus Christ. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Oh, not live. Well, actually, let's see what Al Jazeera is saying.
Now, that debate has come to a head.
Don't care about
but yes,
this.
when a spokesperson for the State Department was pushed on this to respond to the killings in Gaza, of course, people who are under bombardment, the spokesperson said essentially that this was Hamas's fault for having started this operation and that the U.S. supports Israel in the way that it has responded to this. But Blinken being...
For those still watching on Kick, if you come over to my YouTube, the chat is working over here. But it is not working on Kick for some reason. Do not know why. It must be on Kick's end. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, please like the stream.
In the West Bank, and now Blinken's presence will further share that message, as well display to the world that the U.S. so stands firmly on Israel's side in this conflict.
Heidi Jo Castro there following that for us in Washington, D.C. Thank you, Heidi. Well, meanwhile, Hamas have released a statement in response to President Biden's condemnation of the group. They say his comments constitute an attempt to cover up the Israeli occupation government's crimes and terrorism against the Palestinian people, and that Biden's speech did not point to the massacres committed by the Israeli occupation forces against the Palestinian people.
Yeah, Kick Chat's just
Well, let's
broken.
bring in Ariel
I keep on
Gold.
typing
She is the
tests in there,
executive
but it's not
director
working.
of the Fellowship of Reconciliation, the largest and oldest interfaith peace and justice organization in the U.S. She now also joins me.
Okay. Let's see here. Let's look at news, see what is the most current updates. Israeli official confirms women were raped during Hamas attack. Okay, now that we have...
Well, Katie, I just want to update you on...
Just so all the fucking rape deniers out there can be informed. Oh God, why are we getting more people over on Kick? I'm sorry, people on Kick. The chat is broken. If you want me to respond to you, which is basically the only reason to watch me is because I have a high chat engagement. Come over to YouTube, like the stream, etc., etc. But don't forget to follow on Kick first.
A little bit of breaking news. You watched in the last hour as President Biden emerged from that very, very long phone call with Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel. The president visibly enraged as he described the atrocities committed in this country. Just in the last couple of minutes, we've got the readout from the Israeli side of that phone call, and it gives a little bit of an insight into why the president felt so strongly. The Israeli Prime Minister told President Biden that what happened on Saturday was barbarism that has not been seen since the Holocaust. He talked about hundreds of people were slaughtered. And Katie, for the first time, an Israeli official saying on the record that women were raped as part of this attack. It's been very widely reported, but this is the first time officially it's being said by an Israeli official. He talks about Israeli soldiers being beheaded after they were killed by these Hamas militants, and he continues these comparisons to the Holocaust. Katie, we got a glimpse of some of what the Prime Minister was talking about earlier today. The Israeli military took us to a kibbutz. It's called Kfar Aza. It's about half a mile from the Gaza border. It is one of those communities that was overrun in the early hours of Saturday morning. We saw the breach in the fence through which these Hamas terrorists poured, and we saw nearly unbelievable scenes in what at another time would be a sort of pleasant rural village. We went house by house and we saw blood everywhere. We saw some houses had been burned out completely with their inhabitants inside. This is a community that was 700 people, but it felt like every couple of minutes when we were there today, even 4 days after the attack.
So now it's confirmed that they were burning people alive.
Israeli forces seem to be finding new bodies inside of these houses. It is very possible of this community of 700 people, a very, very significant proportion have lost their lives. Others may be held hostage inside of Gaza. One of the most striking scenes, we walked past the kind of village.
So the death toll that we just saw on the Spectator Index, or the Spectator Index of death toll at 1,200, we're probably going to see that number rise.
Kindergarten, which somehow had been spared.
Yeah,
the gunfire wasn't full of the bullet holes that we saw.
Here's the thing, like, Panda, I know that you are a virulent pro-Israel, pro-Jewish supremacy person. right? But you have to recognize when you are in the wrong on like genociding the other side. Okay, buddy? They're about to get their comeuppance, and I support fucking destroying Hamas, okay? Fuck Hamas. But we don't want to like you're going to be putting like if Israel goes through with what you want, then they will be fucking themselves over way more than like previously ever considered. Oh God, why is Viv back in the call with Wick?
You want to have something to fucking say to me, fucking rah rah rah,
Do you
and
want
then wouldn't
me
even
to bring
fucking
him on
listen to my
too?
response. I mean, you can if you want. Motherfucker's unhinged, though. I've very clearly said I think they're probably
a bunch of
they're
other
probably
countries coming in and
Wicks, right?
intervening.
I said that very clearly to you, Wick. Right, thank you very much. I just said in that particular instance, I don't believe we have evidence to
Losing
know
U.S.
for sure whether
support
she
for
was
being
or she
too
wasn't,
bloodthirsty.
right? And it's irresponsible to say that she definitely was, because there's too much fucking misinformation flying around. But yeah, you can bring him on because I have something else to say as well. He said I would believe any fucking propaganda if it came from the
They're fighting.
Palestinians, and wouldn't believe anything that the Israeli government say. I believe I opened by saying that the Israeli army had said that there weren't any babies beheaded. So that's
Yeah,
one
you
thing
said
that
you were
I
going to give me
believe,
that
right?
link. I'll get it when I get it.
Sure, yeah. But also, like I spoke at length about the dangers of misinformation, and that goes from the Palestinian side or from the Israeli side, right?
You did
like
say
in a
that
conflict
Hamas
like
was
this,
putting out a lot of misinformation.
I literally just said, yeah, like a lot of the images that you're going to see, a lot of the videos that you're going to see are going to be Hamas propaganda, very deliberately so. So I don't appreciate being accused of saying things that I haven't said, or of holding beliefs that I clearly don't
keep on
fucking
running
hold.
into the bullets.
But yeah, you go off, Kai.
So
Let's see the fight.
Did you not state that when we have picture evidence of women with blood going down their thighs, that they probably just were sitting in a bunch of blood? Oh, that's probably how it happened. Did you not say that?
I spoke about one particular picture of a woman with a pool of blood at the seat of her pants.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I said,
okay,
don't know.
I'm going to call a flag on this. If we are going to debate or if we're going to quibble over this particular individual woman, that's not the.
I'm not here to quibble over it. I just think it's very reasonable to say if you don't.
Yeah, I'm not telling. This is just. If this is the direction you guys are going to go, I don't want to do that. So.
And that's fine.
Okay.
I have no real. Well, hold on.
It's very simple. Do you know that woman was raped?
Didn't we just go through a thing with the whole believe all women, and when we have
did that woman say she was raped?
Well, we don't know because she then.
Okay, well, I can't believe her then. So, do you know that woman was raped?
I just said that I don't want to go over
Yeah,
this
I'm not
particular thing. Vivian,
the answer is no. Right. So the next accusation you have for me.
Yeah, honestly, I don't really want to get into.
You were quite happy to get into it backstage. Why don't you fucking get into it here? Come on, repeat the things you were fucking saying to me.
Because I have respect for Wick, and I don't want to make this whole thing a giant argument and did interrupt his stream.
Nah, mate, you came in screaming bloody fucking murder at me like some unhinged fucking lunatic, right? You did that in Wick's server. You did that with one of Wick's regular guests, and dare I say it, star fucking attractions. All right, so you already stuck your fucking dick in the pie, all right? I want to see you fuck it till you come, all right? Fucking do it.
What the fuck?
Pretty sure I have no interest in putting my dick in places where I don't know.
Okay, enough. Gang, thank you for coming on.
Take a fucking hike. You got nothing.
That was a mistake. That was a mistake. I should not have done that. That was a mistake. I apologize. I don't know what I thought maybe they were going to argue about propaganda.
And come in it?
They decided not to argue about propaganda.
That's just like such a new insult for me. Okay.
I think we have time for maybe one more caller.
Okay. We're good.
One more caller.
What was the other thing that we were watching? Or I said I was about to watch?
So Zelensky.
Shut up. Colin. I can't call in. He's streaming on Twitch. Sondsol? What is that like Sondsol but Asian? What? Are we going full like Joe Ruiz here? No. I'm not gonna risk the extreme permaban with no possibility of oh, are you fucking kidding me? I thought that you were dead. Fuck my life. No possibility of getting it back. Is my link showing? No, if you link something, unfortunately, if you link something in YouTube chat, it's not going to show up on my end. So you'll have to post it in the Discord. But I think, oh no, you're Rebel Mango, not Black Mask. Okay, well, we'll find an insane person to fight tomorrow. Okay. Yes, everyone right now, if you are in YouTube chat and you want to join the Discord, click on that link right there. All right. And you can join the Discord and it will make it to where, you know, you can link stuff if you like to watch from YouTube. It makes it to where you'll get notifications if I go live, et cetera, et cetera. So please, if you have not already, join the Discord. We have rousing conversations in there sometimes, you know. Check content suggestions for a sec. Wait, is Rebel Mango gas? Here, we'll watch this really quick.
Are at fault. And when people talk about this conflict, they use all this moral language. They talk about rape.
Mutilated. Our women were raped. There are people who say that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. Tell that to the dead women and children in Sderot.
And terrorism and killing innocent people.
The murder of hundreds of innocents, including full families.
People and all this kind of stuff.
Who have sought to destroy, to murder, to mutilate, to rape the Jews.
Language, because neither side has the moral high ground. Both sides are guilty.
Jew hatred exists because evil exists.
Both sides have done the same things. And what I mean to say is that the moral language is really dishonest. So, for example, Israel talks about, well, Palestinians are killing innocent people, they're killing children and women, and they're raping, and so on.
Our children were kidnapped. This has happened millions of times before to millions of Jews across history. Today I'm going to show you videos. And the videos I'm going to show you are going to be ingrained on the inside of your eyelids for the rest of your life, because this is what evil looks like. So look. Today I'm going to show you videos that will be seared into your brains. Look, because this is what moral equivalence brings. The rape of women, the kidnapping of children, the murder of hundreds of innocents, including full families.
Thousands.
Why is any of the historical or hysterical moral language dishonest? This is literally what happened. It's literally what happened. Like Ben Shapiro W for once.
The Palestinians die every year under the Israeli occupation.
Women and children of Masada. Those were the words of the followers of Bar Kokhba.
So if we want to talk about women, children, rape.
Do not turn away. Look it in the face. And I know that you will. I know you will, because I'm a Jew.
2 million people living in a tiny strip of land, fenced in, with checkpoints for all the resources that go in. They have barely electricity or food or any kind of industry because they're really just not permitted to have any of that. And then when they break out and they do some atrocious things, Israel claims it's another Holocaust. Well,
those were the words of Jews in Auschwitz and Treblinka. Today, I'm going to let evil show you its face. Do not turn away. Look. This weekend, this was the worst day for Jews since the Holocaust.
Just like the Holocaust, there were some precipitating factors here too. And that's just fair.
Bada bop boom pow.
Okay. Well, I am, I think, done for the night. We've been streaming for 5.5 hours. If you haven't followed already on Kick, please consider doing that. I don't know why Kick chat is down, but, you know, do a little test real quick. See if it's back up. Hello? Test. Nope. Kick. Oh, wait, no. Kick chat is back up. Holy shit. I'll just be damned. Well, right at the end. What a shame. If you haven't already, please follow on Kick. And if you haven't subscribed on YouTube, please subscribe on YouTube. If you want the Discord link, we've posted it a bunch of times, but it should be on my Kick channel somewhere. And if you type in !Discord, it's on YouTube. I'm tired. I'm going to smoke some weed and not go to bed. It's pretty early for bed, but I want to chill. All right. I love you guys very much. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. All right. Catch you later.